What if I told you there were entire civilization cities of light, towers of crystal, kingdoms of fire that vanished not over centuries, but in a single day? No ruins, no graves, just silence. From the drowned palaces of Atlantis to the burning sky temples of ancient gods, these are not just stories, they're warnings, forgotten by history, but never erased from myth. Tonight, we journey through 30 civilizations that disappeared in a flash and ask the question no one dares. What if it happens again? Before we dive into the first lost world, take a moment to subscribe to the channel. If ancient mysteries, forgotten truths, and civilizations swallowed by time are your thing, you won't want to miss what's coming. And tell me in the comments, where are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Let's see how far across the world this journey reaches. Atlantis. The story begins, as many do, with a legend whispered through the corridors of Timotale, recorded not in a dusty religious scroll or the oral memory of a wandering tribe, but in the polished dialogues of a philosopher. Plato, in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, spoke of a mighty empire that flourished beyond the Pillars of Heracles, an island kingdom of unmatched opulence, military power, and sacred wisdom. He called it Atlantis, and in just one day and one night, it was gone. But this was not merely a fable of a sunken city. Atlantis, as described, was a pre-flood Colossusa civilization born of both divine and human blood, a race descended from the sea god Poseidon and the mortal woman Cleito. Poseidon, enamored, encircled the central hill of Atlantis with rings of land and sea, creating a fortress of concentric perfection. The city was a marvel. Golden temples to the gods, walls sheathed in orichalcum that shimmered like fire, fertile plains yielding 2 harvests a year, and a navy of 1,000 ships that ruled the known seas. This was no myth, it was a world. At its peak, Atlantis was not only technologically superior, but morally upright. The Atlanteans, said to have lived in harmony with divine principles, harnessed energies lost to our understanding. Some interpret Plato's words as metaphors, others as literal historical memory wrapped in myth. Yet, what if Atlantis was not a metaphor for a failed society, but a memory of a cataclysm too great to comprehend? Plato insisted the story came from the Egyptian priests of Sais, who told Solon, who told Dropides, who told Critias, who told Socrates. In a lineage like that, fiction often fades and fragments of truth survive. It's not just Plato who suggests Atlantis existed. Similar myths arise across the ancient world cultures that never touched sharing stories of golden lands swallowed by water. In Mesopotamian texts, we find tales of cities annihilated in floods. In Mesoamerica, Aztec codices speak of Aztlán, a land of origins swallowed by the sea. And in the Hindu texts of India, the ocean reclaims golden cities after great wars. Across every continent, the memory of a mighty city vanishing in a single divine breath persists like a scar on humanity's psyche. But how could Atlantis have been so advanced and yet so forgotten? Some believe Atlantis was not an island in the Atlantic, but Antarctica itself before a violent pole shift repositioned the continents. Others argue it lay near the Azores, atop a now submerged ridge. Satellite images show peculiar underwater shapes off the coast of Bimini and the Caribbean, rectangles, circles, and grids that echo the Atlantean layout Plato described. Of course, skeptics dismiss these as tricks of light or natural formations, but are they? Atlantis' downfall was not caused by invaders, disease, or famine. It was obliterated in a single catastrophic event, one grievous day and night. According to the myth, the Atlanteans, corrupted by greed and arrogance, began to abandon divine law. They waged war against the Mediterranean, seeking conquest rather than balance. In response, the gods punished them. Earthquakes shattered the city's foundations. The sea, as if summoned by judgment itself, rose and swallowed everything. The temples, The ships, the archives, the knowledge, nothing remained. And yet, traces may have survived in bloodlines, in architectural echoes, and in our own unexplainable technological leaps across millennia. What if the Atlanteans were the true precursors of later flood survivor civilizations? What if they seeded knowledge across the globe before their end? Pyramidal structures appear in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and even Asia. Megalithic stonework in Peru and Turkey defy our modern engineering. Myths of star people, sky gods, and builders from the sea permeate indigenous folklore around the world. These might not be isolated inventions, but shared memories of Atlantean survivors. There's something else, something darker in Plato's telling. He insists Atlantis' destruction came not only as divine punishment but as a warning. A civilization that loses balance between power and wisdom is doomed, no matter how grand. For Atlantis, it was not a slow decay, no drawn-out fall like Rome or Babylon. It was final, violent, sudden. And that suddenness is what haunts us. Imagine the streets flooded in minutes, marble columns toppling as the ocean invades temples. Picture golden statues falling like dead gods. Imagine the screams of priest kings as fire split the heavens and waves broke the land. One moment, a symphony of culture. The next, a roar of silence. The Atlanteans knew, perhaps too late, that their fate had been sealed the moment they turned their backs on the sacred. Plato ended the tale abruptly. Critias, the dialogue in which Atlantis is fully described, was left unfinished. Whether deliberately or lost to time, the absence feels like the legend itself, incomplete, submerged, vanishing before its full telling. And perhaps that's exactly how Atlantis wants to be remembered, not in clarity, but in mystery. Not in ruins, but in echoes. A civilization that perished not only in water, but in memory, leaving behind just enough to remind us. Greatness can vanish in a breath. But Atlantis is only the beginning. To the south, beyond the Indian subcontinent and the legends of the Vedas, lies another tale older still, and perhaps even more elusive. A sunken continent where language and gods once danced together before a wall of sea erased it all. They called it Kumari Kandam. Kumari Kandam. If Atlantis was the West's drowned utopia, Kumari Kandam is the East's submerged Cradley, a mythic motherland, whispered in Tamil legends, cloaked in the mists of prehistory, and said to have been swallowed whole by the ocean in a single, unforgiving day. It is not just a city, not even a kingdom, but an entire sunken continent, vast, radiant, and ancient beyond measure. A civilization that, if the stories are to be believed, birthed the first great language, the first philosophies, and perhaps the first memory of mankind before the flood. Kumari Kandam is said to have once stretched across what is now the Indian Ocean, connecting Madagascar, Sri Lanka, southern India, and even parts of Antarctica. A continent bathed in sunlight and wisdom, ruled by kings of celestial lineage and populated by Tamils whose tongues were shaped by gods. It was the stage for the original Sangam gatherings, legendary assemblies of poets, sages, and mystics who recorded the entirety of human experience in thousands of verses, most of which were lost when the seas came. These Sangams were more than literary councils. They were sacred gatherings of memory. According to ancient Tamil texts, there were 3 Sangams, spanning thousands of years. The first 2 are said to have taken place in cities now lost beneath the waves, Tenmadurai and Kapatapuram, centers of culture, science, astronomy, art, and divine law. It is said that the first Sangam lasted over 4,000 years. Imagine a city where for millennia, people gathered not to conquer or trade, but to write, to debate, to listen, where poetry wasn't just entertainment, but sacred duty. And then, one day, the ocean rose. Not a slow encroachment, not a gradual tide, but a sudden collapse, a crack of the earth's skin beneath their feet. The gods, or nature itself, depending on whom you ask, turned on Kumari Kandam. The stories say the seas rose in a wall. The ground trembled as if it was trying to shake the people off. Temples sank, fields vanished, palaces cracked open and disappeared into the depths. The second Sangam and all its writings, thousands of texts said to surpass anything in today's world, were devoured by the sea. And no one could stop it. The cause of the destruction is left vague in legend. Some say it was a punishment for arrogance, the people of Kumari Kandam having grown too proud, too dismissive of the cosmic balance. Others blame a war between gods, a misused weapon that cracked the sea floor and drowned the land. Some modern theorists imagine tectonic shifts, meteor strikes, or even melting ice caps from a previous pole shift. But the reason may not matter. What matters is the suddenness, the totality. One day, the continent sang. The next, it sank. The memory of Kumari Kandam survives in fragments in Tamil epics like the Silappatikaram, in the lore of ancient Siddha medicine, and in the maps and cosmologies of Hindu and Jain traditions. There are hints of it in early Dravidian architecture, with its impossible alignments and sacred geometries. Even modern scholars have puzzled over submerged structures off the coast of India, like those found near Pumpuhar and Dwarka ruins that suggest human construction, now lying under meters of water. But these are only whispers, compared to the roaring silence left behind. It's not just in texts and temples either. The very language of the Tamils holds a clue. Tamil, one of the world's oldest surviving languages, is a linguistic anomaly, complex, elegant, and, in some ways, almost unchanged for thousands of years. It feels like the child of something even older, and that something might have been spoken in Kumari Kandam. If Atlantis carried the memory of lost technology, Kumari Kandam carries the memory of lost thought and entire philosophy washed away in a single tidal breath. There are echoes of Kumari Kandam in distant places. In Madagascar, the Malagasy language contains Tamil roots. In Polynesia, oral traditions speak of lands beyond the sea, where ancestors came from riding on serpent boats. Aboriginal tribes in Australia have mythologies that closely mirror those found in southern India. And in Sri Lanka, where the last mountain tips of the lost continent might remain, there are megalithic ruins pointing to a culture far older than mainstream history allows. But why does the world forget Kumari Kandam? Because, like Atlantis, it threatens the accepted story. If Kumari Kandam truly existed, it pushes back the timeline of human civilization by tens of thousands of years. It suggests not only an early cradle of knowledge in the southern hemisphere, but one that surpassed in refinement even what we attribute to Sumer, Egypt, or China. It proposes that language, science, and sacred law didn't slowly evolve, but arrived complete like a torch passed from a vanished hand. There's something else, a wound. The Tamil tradition doesn't just speak of Kumari Kandam as a legend, but as a tragedy. Not just a place that was lost, but a mother that was stolen. It's not treated as myth, but memory generational, cellular memory. A loss so profound it echoes in the rituals, festivals, and even grief of a culture thousands of years removed. Imagine being the descendants of a drowned world. Imagine knowing your ancestors once walked streets that no longer exist, read books that no longer breathe, sang hymns to gods whose names are now only guessed. And still, the land calls. Off the southern coast of India, the sea behaves strangely. Currents twist in unnatural spirals. Fishermen speak of lights below the water. During low tides and rare monsoon shifts, stones appear cut, square, patterned. The ocean, like memory, sometimes allows a glimpse. Some believe that when the balance of the world shifts again, Kumari Kandam will rise. That its knowledge, stored somewhere in the deep trenches of the Indian Ocean, will return. That the lost writings of the first and second Sangams were preserved by sages, hidden in vaults beneath mountain temples, or encoded in the stars. That when the flood returns sand, it always does. Those who remember will be ready. But memory isn't enough. The world is forgetting again. The waters, both literal and metaphorical, rise once more. And as we drown in data and lose wisdom, perhaps we too are living in the final days of another Kumari Kandam. Yet before the ocean takes us, before our towers fall into the waves, let's not turn away from the warnings etched in these myths. Kumari Kandam reminds us that even the greatest civilizations, those born of gods, built by poets, and guarded by sages can vanish in a day. And across the sea, on the windswept shores of Brittany, lies another drowned kingdom, another tale of betrayal, divine wrath, and a city lost to the waves. A place called Wise, Yez, Curis. In the gray mist of the Breton coast, where the Atlantic crashes violently against jagged cliffs and fog clings to the land like a forgotten dream, the story of Wise is still whispered among fishermen and grandmothers. A city of splendor that once rose above the waves, boasting towering spires, shining palaces, and music that could calm the sea. A city protected by magic and ingenuity. A city that vanished in a single day not through war or disease, but through betrayal and the wrath of forces greater than kings. Yez, or Ker-Ez, was said to have been built below sea level, cradled by mighty dikes that held back the fury of the ocean. According to Breton legend, it lay in Douarnenez Bay, built by the wise King Gradlon for his beloved daughter Dahut. To protect the city from the ever-hungry sea, immense gates were constructed locked by a single enchanted key that only the king himself possessed. Within those walls, the city thrived. The streets shimmered with jewels, and its people, some say, never aged. Wise was more than a port. It was paradise, a beacon of divine favor and human brilliance. But paradise, the stories warn, invites ruin. Dahut was beautiful, wild, and untamed, a daughter born of both nobility and mystery. In some versions, she is a sorceress, raised by sea spirits or shadowed beings who taught her forbidden arts. In others, she is simply a woman, unfit for the burden of a city's future. Either way, the legends agree on one thing: her desire for pleasure outgrew the wisdom of restraint. She invited strangers into the city's heart, seduced warriors and mystics, and held midnight revels where no god was honored and no rule obeyed. One stormy night, a stranger came to Hera, a dark figure whose eyes were like mirrors and whose voice spoke in riddles. He promised her eternity, power, and freedom, but in return, he asked for something simple: the key to the city's gates, the key that kept the ocean from swallowing them all. Blinded by lust or ambition, Dahut stole the key from her sleeping father. With trembling hands, she unlocked the sea gate. The rest is a memory drowned in salt. A roar shattered the stillness of night. The ocean, long held back, surged forward like an awakened beast. Walls crumbled, streets cracked, and towers twisted as they fell. Water rushed through the city with a voice louder than thunder. People screamed, gods turned away, and in a single, breathless moment, Wise was gone. King Gradlon, awakened by the flood, fled on his black steed. Dahut, riding behind him, clung to his cloak as waves nipped at their heels. But the waters would not be denied. A voice perhaps from the heavens, perhaps his own conscience called out, "If you do not cast her off, you too shall perish." Gradlon, torn by love and terror, pushed his daughter into the sea. The flood stopped. He lived, but Wise did not. Some say Dahut did not drown, that the sea took her and transformed her into a mermaid, a siren who now sings to sailors, calling them to join her in her ruined palace below the waves. Others claim she wanders the depths, waiting for her city to rise again, one day reclaiming the key and finishing what she began. The story of Wise is more than a regional myth. It is a warning carved into the soul of a people. The Bretons still point to the restless sea and speak of bells tolling beneath the water. On quiet days, they say. You can hear faint music drifting from the depths. When the tide is unusually low, some claim to see the tips of old towers, black with age, reaching up like fingers from a drowned grave. But what if Wise was not just a moral tale about pride and recklessness? What if it was real? Beneath the legend lies a Structurian echo found in other flood myths from all corners of the earth. A city protected by barriers. A daughter who breaks the covenant. A sudden, divine catastrophe. The pattern repeats whether in Atlantis, Kumari Kandam, or the many forgotten cities of the Near East. Even the technological elements of East the Gates, the mechanisms, the enchanted key suggest something more than folklore. They suggest memory. Could the flood that swallowed Wise have been a massive seismic shift, a storm surge, or the sudden melting of ice from a pole reversal? Could the tale of Dahut's betrayal be a cultural way of processing a tragedy too enormous to comprehend, personalizing it, giving it a villain, a scapegoat, a name? There is something uniquely tragic in the story of Wise. It was not undone by an invading army, nor by the decay of centuries, but by a single act. One moment, a lapse. A door opened, and everything followed. The idea of a city built below sea level is not impossible. The Dutch have done it. So have the Venetians. Perhaps Wise was a technological marvel for its time, relying on seawalls and ancient engineering now forgotten. Perhaps its destruction was not entirely supernatural, but natural disaster amplified through legend. But the suddenness, that is what remains, unyielding. A city's entire lifespan ended in a single night. And even more chilling, the notion that it could happen again. We build cities on coasts. We lock the seas out with levees and dams. We create systems of control, convince ourselves the waters are tame, that the sky will behave. But the story of Wise whispers otherwise. The sea waits. The moment we let down our guard or someone turns the key, the tide returns. Yis also carries the motif of betrayal by one we trust. Not a foreign invader, but family. Not a king, but a daughter. Civilization, the legend implies, is always one heartbeat away from collapse, not by enemies, but by its own hand. Still, the story lingers. Breton churches bear the statue of King Gradlon on horseback, escaping the flood. Folklore insists that Wise will rise again when the world is ready, that it is not dead, merely sleeping. Some say the sea will one day retreat, and the golden city will gleam once more. Others fear it will rise in vengeance, bringing the waters with it. Whether real or metaphor, the lesson remains sharp. Beauty and brilliance do not guarantee survival. Wise was mighty. Wise was blessed. Wise was proud. And Wise fell. But the sea does not rest, and neither do the sands. Far from Brittany's coasts, deep in the heart of the Sahara Desert, another city disappeared just as mysteriously, without warning, without explanation. A white city, fabled and radiant, devoured not by water, but by an ocean of sand. Zerzura. Zerzura. The desert does not whisper, it howls. And in the heart of the Sahara, where the dunes roll like petrified waves, where heat warps time, and the wind carries secrets older than civilization, there was once a city. Not a settlement, not a nomadic camp. A true city, gleaming white like a mirage hardened into marble, nestled in an oasis so hidden that only those chosen by fate could find it. They called it Zerzura. The name means white or pure, and it suited the legends. Zerzura was said to be a city of great wealth, ruled by a queen of astonishing beauty and guarded by tall, pale-skinned warriors wielding swords of fire. Its walls were said to shine like ivory, and its gates bore the emblem of a black bird always watching. Within, the city was lush, palms and pomegranates, fountains of cool water, gold-lined streets. The city of Zerzura was not merely a legend, it was a longing, a promise, a vision of heaven carved into the most inhospitable place on earth. But just like that, like all the others, it vanished. Some say it was swallowed whole by a sandstorm of unnatural ferocity, an instant storm so intense it buried towers in minutes and erased roads forever. Others say the city collapsed inward, consumed by its own hidden sins. And some speak of an angel, or jinn, angered by the arrogance of its rulers, who swept it from the earth with a single breath. Zerzura first entered the written world in medieval Arab manuscripts. In particular, the Kitab al-Kanuz, or Book of Hidden Treasures, described the city in strange detail. It was said to lie beyond the second cataract of the Nile, in the Libyan desert. It told of a valley filled with birds, guarded by sentinels of stone and fire, where the white city waited. But by the time explorers began to look for it, Zerzura had already disappeared, or rather been erased. Consider the nature of the Sahara. It is not simply a desert, it is a graveyard. Beneath its endless sand lie the ruins of entire ecosystems, skeletons of whales, fossils of forests. The Sahara was once green, wet, and alive. It was, at one point, the breadbasket of the world. So why not a city? Why not many? Those who sought Zerzura were not fools. They were pilots, archaeologists, spies, and desert warriors. During the 1930s, the famed long-range desert group precursors to the British scanned the dunes in aircraft, peering for geometric formations or flashes of white among the ochre sand. They found oases. They found ancient tombs. But Zerzura remained elusive, always just beyond the ridge, always behind the next dune. Yet the belief never faded. Some explorers claim to have found remnants flat stones, carved with unknown symbols. A palm grove in a deep wadi, where the air felt unnaturally cool, or a dried-up spring encircled by what looked like collapsed walls. In the Tuareg and Bedouin oral traditions, the city remains, always spoken of in present tense, as if it were not destroyed, but simply hidden, as if Zerzura moves. There are many who believe that Zerzura was not just a city, but a spiritual Havana place out of time, perhaps a remnant of an earlier age, a sanctuary built before the flood, a city that survived the rising waters, only to be claimed by the returning sands. In some tales, Zerzura was not destroyed by natural forces, but cloaked in illusion by its last inhabitants. A veil placed over its gates, so that only the worthier the cursed could see. Others claim that Zerzura was one of the last outposts of a pre-Diluvian world, a survivor of the flood, preserved in the desert by technology long lost. They point to the white stones, the architecture that should not have existed, the mythical beings who guarded it. And they ask, why would so many cultures, from Egypt to Arabia to the Maghreb, all speak of a city of light buried beneath the sands? It is said that Zerzura fell in a single day. The signs came first: a sky that turned yellow, then red, birds vanishing without sound, a heat so fierce it cracked stone, and then silence. No storm, no warning, just the breath of the desert itself, exhaling all at once. One account, passed from desert nomads to caravan merchants for generations, speaks of a wall of sand taller than any tree, moving faster than a horse could gallop. It came from the north, sweeping down in a roar that drowned all sound. People didn't scream. There wasn't time. The sand filled mouths, lungs, temples, streets. It turned fountains to grit. It buried memory. By sunset, Zerzura was gone. No ruins, no wreckage, no survivors, only stories. But stories persist, and stories matter, because they tell us what we've lost and what might still be found. There is something haunting in the idea of a city so perfect, so complete, that its destruction feels like a crime against existence. Zerzura was more than architecture or wealth. It was purity. a place where civilization harmonized with nature, where knowledge, not conquest, was king. Its fall, then, was not just a disaster, it was a rupture in the soul of humanity. And perhaps that's why the world keeps searching for it. Even today, satellite scans of the Sahara reveal anomalies, grids, lines, unnatural formations buried beneath tons of sand. We brush them off as mirages or natural rock patterns. But what if they're not? What if the desert is not empty, but full layered with the skeletons of forgotten cities? Zerzura may be buried, but it is not forgotten. It lives on in the hearts of those who search, in every archaeologist who digs into the scorching ground, in every pilot who scans the shifting sands, in every child who listens to their grandmother's tale of the white city that once breathed under the sun. And in the silence of the desert, some say you can still hear the wind whispering through marble archways, rustling over gold mosaics, brushing past fountains that have not flowed in 1,000 years. But what if Zerzura was not just the end of a story but a midpoint? What if it was one of many cities wiped out, not by coincidence, but by pattern, a repeating cycle of birth, brilliance, and annihilation? Because as the sands whisper their warnings, far to the north another memory stirs on, ancient city lost beneath the North Sea, swallowed not by drought or dust, but by the cold fury of a rising tide. Rungholt, Rungholt. The sea remembers. It forgets nothing, not the footsteps that once echoed on cobbled streets, not the laughter of merchants trading on wind-chilled docks, not the cries of children chasing gulls between timbered homes. It remembers everything. And sometimes, if the tide is right and the wind stills, it gives a whisper back. Off the coast of northern Germany, in the Wadden Sea, those whispers carry a name that chills even the most skeptical heart: Rungholt. Once called the Atlantis of the North, Rungholt was not a myth passed down through dusty epics or sung by wandering bards. It was real. Its wealth, its arrogance, and its fall all recorded not only in memory, but in medieval documents, church records, and fading folk songs. But how a city that stood so proudly on the marshland frontier vanished in a single merciless day is where the myth and mystery take root. Rungholt was a coastal trading city in the region of North Frisia, thriving during the 13th and early 14th centuries. It was rich, obscenely so. The North Sea, before the rise of massive dikes and modern harbors, was a wild, hungry thing. Yet Rungholt carved out its place, balancing precariously between land and tide. The town became a beacon of prosperity, built on trade, fishing, and the salt industry. Its people were bold, clever, and according to some, proud to the point of hubris. Local legends tell of lavish feasts and drunken mockery of priests. One tale speaks of a pig being dressed as a priest by young noblemen and paraded through the streets to jeers and laughter. Others speak of the people laughing at warnings, dismissing the tides, the sky's strange colorations, the sudden silence of birds. The warnings were there, but wealth, when thick enough, muffles the sounds of danger. Then came the 16th of January, 1362. Known to history as the Grote Mandrenki, or Great Drowning of Men, this was no ordinary storm. It began with a cold wind, sharp and sudden. The sky, they say, darkened at noon. Birds flew inland. The tide pulled out unnaturally far, as if the sea itself inhaled. Then came the roar. A storm tide, born of an intense low-pressure system and fierce gales, surged across the coast with a force that defies measurement. It wasn't a wave. It was a walla liquid avalanche, dragging the ocean onto the land. Eyewitnesses, what few survived, said the water came not as a flood, but as a strike. One moment they stood, the next they were gone. Houses exploded under pressure. Churches were lifted from their foundations. Cattle, wagons, children all swept into the dark. The sea showed no mercy. It didn't retreat until the city was gone, and when it did, there was nothing. Rungholt ceased to exist. not ruined, not abandoned, erased. In the days that followed, the survivors walked the shoreline, looking for signs, bodies, debris, salvation. What they found instead was silence and sea. The land itself had changed. Where once were fields and homes, there was now tidal marsh. Salt water sat where fresh water once flowed. The island of Strand, of which Rungholt was part, had fractured. Nature had redrawn the map. But the story doesn't end there. For centuries afterward, locals reported seeing towers rise briefly from the sea during exceptionally low tides. Church spires, stone arches, walls blackened by salt. Ghosts, some said. Memory fighting its way to the surface. And always the same sound, bells ringing from beneath the waves. The bell of St. John's Church, they claimed, still called out when storms approached. A warning, a mourning. And then there were the relics. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, objects began to wash ashore. Ceramics, tools, even bricks fused by water and time. Farmers and fishermen unearthed strange remnants during low tide. Archaeologists confirmed that these did not belong to scattered homesteads. They came from a city once grand, with a population in the thousands, sophisticated enough to construct levees, dikes, and windmills. A city too bold, perhaps, in thinking it could tame the sea. But what if Rungholt's story goes deeper? What if it was not merely a victim of weather, but a last echo of something older, much older? Some researchers believe that Rungholt may have been built atop or near an even older settlement, one whose knowledge of the tides and sky was far more advanced. The layout of the city, as hinted by recovered maps and ruins, seems aligned with certain celestial events, sacred geometry, some say. Others point to stories of ancient Frisians worshipping sky gods who punished pride with water. And then there's the chilling detail. Every major structure in Rungholt was destroyed in less than an hour. That's not just flood, that's obliteration. Perhaps the flood was natural, or perhaps it was timed. Stories persist in North Frisian folklore of a silent wind that swept across the land before the flood. Not the howl of a storm, but a hush, like the pause between the drawing of a bow and the release of an arrow. Some say the sea was summoned, that a great sin mocking the divine, violating sacred law, or disturbing something buried invited the wave. After all, the water didn't just rise, it surged, as if with purpose. Modern scholars remain divided, but among the people of the region, belief in Rungholt's punishment runs deep. To them, it is not just a tale of natural disaster, it's a moral one. A warning carved into the landscape, a story retold in every storm. And Rungholt's voice hasn't faded. In recent years, satellite imaging and LiDAR scans have revealed patterns beneath the silt geometric alignments, roads, and foundations, matching what could only have been a sizable urban grid. But the sea does not give up its secrets easily. Every attempt to excavate is met with resistance, weather, erosion, political red tape. It's as if the city doesn't want to be found. Maybe because it was never meant to last. Maybe because it wasn't meant to be remembered. But if Rungholt truly perished in a single hour, what does that say about the fragility of our own cities today? We build coastal empires, Amsterdam, New York, Tokyo, confident in our walls and warnings. Yet history, and the sea, tells us otherwise. Hubris is not just a mythological flaw, it's architectural. And that brings us to a place far from Europe, far from coasts, yet even more remote and more mysterious. A city not drowned by sea, nor buried in sand, but wiped from the earth by a force even older, colder, and more terrifying. They called it Thule, a civilization that lived where no man should, and vanished when the sky itself turned against them. Thule, Hyperborean colony. There is a place at the edge of the world where compasses fail, where the sky dances with fire and the ground speaks in silence. A place so far north it slips through the grasp of history, language, and reason. It has had many names: Ultima Thule, Hyperborea, the Polar Kingdom, but most know it by one, Thule. A civilization, whispered of in Greek philosophy, traced in Norse saga, and buried under ice so old it predates memory. A land that, according to ancient sources, vanished in a single cataclysmic instant, consumed not by fire or flood, but by a scream from the sky. Tula is said to have once existed in a perpetual spring, a paradise nestled at the top of the world, bathed in sunlight for half the year and mystery for the other. The Greek explorer Pytheas spoke of it in 325 BCE after sailing beyond the known boundaries of the world. He described a land of brightness and ice, where the sea turned to jelly, and the earth became neither solid nor liquid. Later philosophers would scoff or reimagine Thule as a metaphor, but Pytheas had no reason to lie, only to warn. The people of Thule, if legend is to be trusted, were no ordinary humans. They were tall, luminous-skinned, attuned to the vibrations of the earth. They worshipped not idols or gods, but the forces of the cosmos, its salvaroras, the pulse of magnetism, the secret tones beneath the northern winds. Their cities were built in geometric harmony with the stars, carved not from stone but shaped from ice, mixed with metals unknown to us now. Their knowledge, it is said, came from the sky, from the patterns of the constellations, from the memory of the pole star, from something older than written word. It was not merely a civilization. Thule was a beacon. And then, in one impossible day, it was extinguished. Accounts fragmented, inconsistent, buried in the myths of Germanic, Slavic, and even Tibetan traditions, describe the fall of Thule as an event so violent, so instantaneous, that the earth itself seemed to shudder. Some say it was a solar flare burst from the sun, so powerful it ignited the very atmosphere above the poles. Others speak of a celestial impact, a stone from the heavens that shattered the sky and cracked the ice beneath. The people of Thule, they say, looked up and knew the end was upon them. There were no screams. There was no time, just light, blinding, endless light. And then, nothing. The land was swallowed by a white silence. Temperatures plummeted. Winds rose to speeds that tore mountains into dust. The auroras flared. Once blood redan, then went dark for an age. The remains of Thule, if they exist, are buried beneath miles of permafrost, scattered across the Arctic Circle in fragments mistaken for natural formations. But stories persist. The Norse spoke of a northern land of gods and giants, a sacred realm lost when a great serpent turned upon the sky. Siberian shamans whisper of sky people who once taught the reindeer herders music that made snow melt. Even the Inuit remember songs of a people of light who came from the north and disappeared when the stars fell. Some believe the Nazis, obsessed with occult knowledge, sent expeditions to find Thule in the 1930s. Rumors swirl around bases in Greenland, sealed documents, aircraft lost in the snow. Others point to sudden magnetic anomalies over the Arctic fluctuations in the Earth's field that science fails to fully explain. They ask, what if something buried there still pulses with energy? What if the fall of Thule wasn't the end, but a Salinga lock placed over a knowledge we were never meant to uncover? There are those who take it further, who say that Thule was not destroyed by accident or wrath, but by choice, that its people foresaw the coming catastrophe, perhaps even caused it, that they opened a rift, activated a mechanism, or summoned a power they could not control, that their disappearance was not total destruction but transformation, that they left, not died. The idea of ascension recurs again and again. Theosophists speak of Hyperboreans as the second root race beings of pure spirit, who evolved into the ether when the material world no longer served them. If true, Thule did not fall. It escaped. But the earth remembers. And now, as the poles melt and the ice retreats, strange things emerge. Metallic fragments that do not corrode, geometric anomalies beneath the snow, light seen moving under glaciers. Satellite scans blocked, without explanation. What lies beneath the northern silence may not be dead, it may only be waiting. What makes Thule's story so chilling is its complete absence from the natural world. No ruins to tour, no artifacts in museums. It's as if the land itself was wiped clean. As if the gods or something worse reached down and scrubbed the earth with a divine hand, but the whispers remain, and the parallels are impossible to ignore. A sudden end, a people who communed with the sky, a light that burned too bright. We tell ourselves it's just a story, that Pythias was mistaken, that the sagas exaggerate, that the strange lights over the Arctic are just auroras and military craft. But if so, why do we still fear the poles? Why does so much remain classified? Why do our own instruments fail in certain places, as if reality bends there? And if a civilization as advanced as Thule could vanish in a single cosmic blink, what hope do we have? It is said that at the moment of Thule's end, one final song was sung, a harmonic resonance that echoed across the frozen skies and into the bones of the earth. That sound, some claim, still hums beneath the ice, waiting for those who can hear. And maybe, just maybe, we are starting to hear it again. But Tula was not the only kingdom swallowed whole by the sea or the sky. Further south, just off the coast of Cornwall, lies another forgotten land. A realm of knights and kings, where legend bleeds into history, and where the tide once claimed an entire people in a single galloping wave. They called it Lyonesse. Lyonesse. Off the coast of Cornwall, beyond the craggy shores and mist-draped moors, there lies an invisible kingdom, a ghost realm submerged beneath the cold Atlantic. The waves crash against the jagged cliffs, whispering tales no longer told aloud, and the fishermen speak in low voices of bells that toll from under the sea. This is Lyonesse, a land of knights, castles, and a single horseman who outran the flood. A kingdom that vanished in a single day, without war, without warning, leaving only the silence of the deep. The tale of Lyonesse is wrapped tightly in the folds of Arthurian legend, but its roots dig much deeper, older than Camelot, older perhaps than history itself. Said to stretch from Land's End in Cornwall all the way to the Scilly Isles, Lyonesse was once a verdant country of over 100 villages, golden fields, glimmering lakes, and a capital city of high towers and polished stone. Its people were noble, its kings just, and its knights legendary. Some stories even claim that Tristan of Tristan and Isolde hailed from this land. Lyonesse, they say, was a paradise, and as with all paradises, it bore the seed of its own destruction. There is no single explanation for its fall. Some legends say the sea grew jealous of Lyonesse's beauty and rose up to claim it. Others speak of a great sin committed by the king in offense against the natural order that angered the gods. A few tales whisper of a portal opened beneath the sea, a door that should never have been touched. But all the versions agree on one thing: the flood came without mercy. In one devastating instant, the sea swallowed Lyonesse whole. The most famous version tells of a single survivor Trevelyan, a nobleman or knight depending on the telling, who managed to escape by riding on horseback ahead of the rushing water. His horse galloped faster than the tide, hooves pounding over collapsing cliffs and crumbling roads. Behind him, the roar of the ocean drowned every other sound. He reached high ground just as the waves claimed the final tower of Lyonesse. From then on, he was the only man who had seen paradise vanish. And the sea has never returned it. Yet its memory lingers. To this day, locals in Cornwall speak of the Sunken Hundred, the 100 churches and villages said to lie beneath the waves between the mainland and the Isles of Scilly. During low tides, fishermen have reported hearing faint church bells ringing beneath the surf. Divers claim to have seen underwater walls and stone roads now covered in sea moss and coral. Old maps predating the Renaissance often show Lyonesse as a real, tangible landmass, later crossed out or faded with time. But is Lyonesse just a myth, or something more? Some geologists argue that the legend may hold truth. The sea level in this region has indeed risen dramatically since the end of the last ice age. The Isles of Scilly were once connected to the mainland, part of a larger landmass that could plausibly have housed settlements. What if Lyonesse was a remnant of this world? What if it survived longer than we believed, into the early historic period, until one final surge erased the last trace? If so, the cataclysm that destroyed Lyonesse may not have been gradual. Tidal waves triggered by earthquakes or underwater landslide shave occurred in these waters. All it would have taken is one such event, perhaps triggered by a sudden crustal shift or a collapsing cavern beneath the seabed, to send a tsunami crashing over the coast. Such a wave could have obliterated low-lying lands in minutes. But the timing isn't what disturbs, it's the pattern. Again and again we see it. A beautiful land, advanced or sacred, undone in a single day. A civilization swallowed not over centuries, but between breaths. And always there is the note of punishment. Lyonesse wasn't simply destroyed, it was judged. Whether by nature, fate, or divine intervention, it was erased as if to say, this must not remain. And what remains? A silence that speaks volumes. The sea here is different. It has weight, density. The waves seem to remember. There's a saying among Cornish fishermen, don't speak loud off the coast, the sea listens. Perhaps it's superstition. Or perhaps it's respect. Because even now, centuries later, the mystery holds. Bells still sound from beneath the surf on foggy mornings. Divers still feel the presence of something watching when they glide above the seabed. More than one account describes odd sensations, pressure changes, sudden drops in temperature, strange lights glimmering below in the deep. One story tells of a fisherman's net that came up, snagged on a stone archway. When he tried to return to the location, the sea refused. Storms rolled in, equipment failed, coordinates shifted. The sea, it seems, guards its secrets jealously. And perhaps it should. Because what if Lyonesse wasn't only a kingdom of knights and bards? What if it was something more? Some esoteric traditions claim Lyonesse was a center of sacred knowledge, a coastal node of an ancient energy grid that connected the globe before the flood. That its towers aligned with stars, its temples resonated with harmonic frequencies, its very architecture designed to amplify consciousness. If true, the loss of Lyonesse wasn't just a geographical tragedy, was the severing of a node, a disconnection from something far larger. Could that explain the suddenness? Could some activation, ritual, or breach of balance have caused a chain reaction? Was it a ritual gone wrong? Or something more mechanical, something ancient and buried that should never have been disturbed? In Celtic lore, the sea is not just water, it is memory. It holds what we forget. And if Lyonesse truly was a place where the veil between worlds grew thin, then its destruction may not have been about punishment but protection. Perhaps the gates of Lyonesse were never meant to open. Perhaps they did. And perhaps the flood was not nature's wrath, but nature's cure. There is something tragic in the idea that a kingdom of such beauty could disappear so quickly, that the song of an entire people could be silenced mid-note. But there's also something poetic. Lyonesse didn't fade. It didn't rot. It vanished perfect and whole, like a painting ripped from the wall, like a dream interrupted. And maybe that's why it haunts us. Because we feel it, in the hush before the tide, in the bell that rings without hands, in the way the horizon sometimes seems to blur as if the towers might return, if only for a moment. But even Lyonesse, with its knights and saints, was not the oldest of kingdoms to vanish in a heartbeat. In lands older still, beneath the dust of pre-Sumerian tablets, there lies another name, half forgotten, barely spoken. A people who looked skyward and built cities in devotion to the heavens. The Anshar Empire. Anshar Empire. Before Sumer, before Akkad, before even the fertile cities of Eridu and Uruk carved their first ziggurats into the Mesopotamian dust, There was Anshar name hidden in the folds of the oldest surviving tablets, a memory so ancient that even myth forgets it clearly. The Anshar Empire, if it can be called that, did not build in the mud and reeds of the Tigris and Euphrates. It built with starlight, with harmony, with reverence for what moved above, not below. A sky-worshipping people whose greatness was measured not in conquests or gold, but in their alignment with the cosmos. And then, in a single dia moment, they were gone. The very name Anshar means whole heaven in Akkadian, and in Babylonian mythology, he is the primordial god, the father of gods. But in the faded corners of pre-Sumerian lore, Anshar also appears to refer to a people, or place possibly both. A civilization that didn't worship Anshar the deity, but considered themselves his descendants, his voice made flesh, a people who mapped the heavens not out of curiosity, but duty, who saw the stars not as distant ornaments but as messages from their origins. These people built not vertically, but outward horizontally aligned with the cardinal directions, solstices, and equinoxes. Their structures, now lost or buried beneath layers of later empires, were said to shimmer with a metal no longer known, reflecting the heavens with such clarity that the sky and earth became indistinguishable at night. Some accounts, derived from fragmentary Akkadian myths, speak of floating temples tethered by energy lines, places where the priests would chant harmonic tones to summon light from the void. The Anshar Empire's reach was not measured in miles, but in frequencies. Their cities were rumored to be positioned according to planetary geometry, designed to resonate in sync with the orbit of celestial bodies. This was not superstition, it was engineering, a mastery of unseen forces. They understood that everything vibrated, from atoms to orbits, and they built their civilization accordingly. But knowledge, in every age, comes with danger. The texts are vague, as if written in fear, or perhaps rewritten by those who survived the aftermath. What remains hints at a sudden rupturia, fire from the heavens that tore the sky apart. Not lightning, not weather, but a fracture, a falling. A beam of energy described as the spear of Anu, or the celestial tongue. It struck in the heart of the Anshar capital, whose name has not survived, and turned night to day, then day to dust. The disaster, whatever it was instantaneous. Not a siege, not a famine, but an annihilation. The ground itself, one text claims, opened its mouth and screamed. Another speaks of the pillars of air collapsing. No natural explanation fits, yet no known myth before or since so thoroughly describes the disintegration of a civilization in a single moment. What could it have been? Speculations abound. Some believe it was a solar flareon event so powerful it ripped through the Earth's magnetic field and caused widespread combustion. Others suggest it was a cosmic impact, a meteor that detonated above the city and vaporized its core. But the language used doesn't describe heat or force. It describes dissonance, a breaking of harmony. A disharmony so profound, it unraveled the fabric of their reality. The Anshar may have been too successful, too aligned. Their structures, their temples, their chants, perhaps they tuned themselves into something too vast, too hungry. A cosmic resonance that, when triggered, collapsed back upon them like a feedback loop of the universe itself. One theory found in the margins of a much later Babylonian tablet claims that the priests sang "Open the gates of the sky," and that, from the whole came light that devoured. Others argue it was no accident, that a faction within the Anshar turned their knowledge toward power, using resonance not to heal or honor, but to command, and the universe responded. The consequences were total. In a single moment, the city vanished, the buildings disintegrated, the instruments melted, Even the language, the very symbols they used were altered, corrupted, or forgotten. Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian all inherited scraps of their structure, but the source was silenced. A civilization that had mapped the cosmos was reduced to a handful of fragments buried in river silt. And yet, the Anshar may have known this was coming. There are prophecies, possibly apocryphal, possibly real, that suggest the Anshar believed they were only temporary, that their purpose was to resonate the key and then dissolve. One tablet, charred but legible, speaks of the closing of the first cycle and warns of the time when sound will end. Another describes a vaulta physical chamber sealed beneath a stone that sings, containing the last encoded hymn of the Anshar. No one has found such a chamber, not officially, but the echoes remain. Some modern researchers have pointed to megalithic ruins in Iraq and Syria, arranged with strange precision to stars that haven't held those positions for over 12,000 years. Others have noted that certain ancient ziggurats emit unusual frequencies when wind passes through their hollow interior, slow, harmonic sounds like the tail end of a song. These could be coincidence. Or they could be echoes, residual resonance, the last breath of Anshar. And then there is the silence. Unlike Atlantis, Kumari Kandam, or Lyonesse, Anshar left no cultural descendants, no diaspora, no migration. The civilization didn't fad, it was cut off, cleanly, as if deleted from the earth's memory. And that absence is loud. The region where Anshar is thought to have existed became, later, the birthplace of the Sumerians, who themselves claimed their knowledge was given handed down by beings from the sky. They never named Anshar as such, but the implication is clear. Something came before, something brilliant, and something doomed. What if the Anshar weren't destroyed, but transformed? Some esoteric scholars propose that the light, which consumed them, was not death, but ascensiona, transmutation of matter into energy. That the civilization, in one final act of resonance, shifted itself into another frequency, another plane, and what we interpret as destruction was, in fact, departure. But if so, why do we remember? Because not all of them made it. A handful, perhaps, remained behind, anchored, bound, chosen, or cursed. These survivors may have become the first priests of Sumer, the first architects of Eridu, the ones who taught how to build ziggurats and read the stars not as Anshar, but as shadows of it. Fragments carrying the trauma of the fall, repurposed into myth. Anshar became a god, a story, a symbol, not because it never existed, but because it had to be hidden. Because, what if it happened again? What if resonance could once more be misused? What if the sky can still be cracked? And what if the fire from the heavens is not a myth, but a memory? The Anshar Empire reminds us that even the most harmonious civilizations, those who seek truth in the stars and balance in sound, are not immune to catastrophe. Perhaps, in seeking to understand everything, they unlock something they were not meant to touch. And now, as humanity reaches once more into the void with satellites and frequencies, lasers and harmonics, the same question echoes back across time. Can we hear the warning song of the Anshar before we repeat it? But Anshar's legacy may not have ended in Mesopotamia. Across an ocean, deep in the wilderness of what we now call North America, another city once glimmered with impossible wealth and vanished in a single moment of divine fury. A golden city that conquistadors died trying to find. They called it Quivera, the Emerald City of Quivera. In the boundless expanse of the North American plains, where the sun scorches the prairie and the horizon stretches so far it could swallow time itself, there once stood a city. A city built of shining stone, guarded by warriors cloaked in emerald and obsidian, fed by rivers of sweet water, and lined with streets paved not in dust, but in polished green. A city of abundance, of knowledge, and of pride. Its name, passed from trembling lips to royal ears across continents, was Quivera. But Quivera did not fall gradually. There was no siege, no drought, no rebellion. It vanished in a single day, consumed not by nature or enemy, but by a cursy, divine retribution so swift and absolute that no one alive could ever trace its ruins. The earth opened, the sky burned, and the Emerald City was no more. The legend of Quivera first reached European consciousness during the Golden Age of Conquest. In the mid-16th century, Spanish explorers, swollen with dreams of gold and guided by the tales of indigenous informants, set out in search of the 7 cities of gold. Francisco Vázquez de Coronado, desperate to please the Spanish crown, led a vast expedition north from New Spain. Armed to the teeth and dragging behind them priests, scribes, and interpreters, they wandered for months across an alien landscape. Finally, they heard whispers of a city to the east, tall towers, rich lands, shining spires, Quivera. What Coronado found, however, was not a city of gold, but a humble settlement of the Wichita people in what is now Kansas, or so the official reports say. Yet even as he declared Quivera a disappointment, rumors followed. Some claimed that Coronado had arrived too late, that the true city had already been destroyed. Others said that what he found was only a decoy, that the real Quivera was hidden, protected, buried. But the indigenous people spoke of Quivera long before the conquistadors arrived. Among the ancient oral traditions of the Great Plains, there are songs and stories of a place where the land itself shimmered green, where the stones held heat in winter and coolness in summer, where no one went hungry and no weapon could pierce the walls. A city where the people lived in harmony with the earth, guided by sky priests who read the stars and communed with the thunder. Quivera, they believed, was not just a city, but a living being, one with the land, breathing through the rivers and dreaming beneath the tall grasses. It is said the people of Quivera grew proud, too proud. They began to treat their blessings as birthrights, not gifts. The priests, once humble interpreters of the sky's will, began to use their knowledge to manipulate rather than serve. They constructed a great ziggurat-tiered pyramid of green stone that reached high enough to cast a shadow from sunrise to dusk. Upon it, they engraved the sacred lines of the heavens, carving the cycles of the stars into the very stone. Then came the day of light. No one remembers exactly what triggered it. One tale speaks of a priest who attempted to control the storm, summoning the thunder to strike a rival. Another tells of a blood rite, forbidden by the old laws, performed to secure eternal rule. What is consistent in every version is what followed: a shriek from the sky, like the cry of 1,000 eagles, a column of fire that fell not from clouds, but from clear blue, a shaft of white-hot light that struck the ziggurat and split the city in two. The earth convulsed. A roar like the cracking of the world filled the air. The emerald stones exploded into dust. Rivers boiled. Forests curled into ash. The light did not fade slowly, it vanished, leaving only silence. And when the survivors stumbled from their hiding places, there was no city, only a crater, a wound in the land that would never fully heal. Quivera, they said, had been cursed. And so it remains sun-found, unreachable, unclaimed, not for lack of trying. Explorers for centuries scoured the plains. Archaeologists drilled, mapped, and theorized. But Quivera eluded all. The land seems to resist discovery. Compasses falter, GPS signals glitch. Strange weather forms in perfectly clear skies. Hunters disappear in areas where no animal dares to tread. Some say the site is Cloquita, remnant of the Sky Priest's final act, casting a veil over the city's remains. Others believe the land itself refuses to give it up, punishing anyone who comes too close. What if the city is still there, just not in the way we understand? A vibration, a frequency, just out of phase. A moment frozen in time, looping endlessly in the folds of the Earth's magnetic skin. Then there's the Emerald Fire. Accounts persist of sudden green flashes erupting from the plainsolent, brief, and blinding. Pilots flying over Kansas have reported strange glows on cloudless nights. Ranchers speak of lights in the corn, dancing along fence posts, leaving behind no heat, no flame, no burningly the scent of iron and stone. Could these be echoes of the ziggurats' destruction? Or signs that something beneath still pulses with life? Quivera, some now argue, was never about gold. The Spanish misunderstood. The gold was metaphor. The true treasure was energy, harmony, connection. The city aligned with the earth and sky in a way we no longer understand. And when that harmony broke, when pride overtook balance, the universe responded. The ruins, if they still exist, may be deeper than we've ever dug, beneath the prairie grass, beneath the limestone, beneath the riverbeds that shift each season. Perhaps there is still a chamber, sealed and humming, holding the last resonance of a song meant to guide the world toward something greater, a song silenced too soon. Quivera reminds us that not all cities fall from without. Some collapse from within. Arrogance does not always roar, it whispers, gently, until the harmony is gone and only power remains. And power, when untethered from humility, always draws fire. And so the Emerald City remains lost. But its story is not finished, because in the far north, where the breath of the gods is cold and sharp, another city once stood, a place untouched by time, where snow fell like blessings and beings of perfect balance lived in peace until the night a blizzard arrived, lasting not a week or a season, but a single night. Siddapura, Siddapura. In the shadow of the Himalayas, where the wind whistles like forgotten mantras through ice-carved valleys, where the mountains rise like silent sentinels guarding the roof of the world, there was once a city untouched by suffering, a city of light and stillness, known only in whispered lore and fragmented scripture. They called it Siddapura, the city of the perfected ones. It was not carved from stone or wood, but from intention, from balance. Siddapura was not a place you could stumble upon. It revealed itself only to the pure of heart and the focused of mind. A city of sages, mystics, and radiant beings who had transcended human limitation. It was said to float just above the land, not levitating, but simply existing in a frequency just beyond the senses of the ordinary. For those who entered, the air was richer, the colors deeper, time slowed, and suffering fell away like a robe. There were no armies in Siddapura, no currency, no hierarchy. The residents lived not by law but by harmony. Their governance was the alignment of spirit with the cosmos. No one grew old in the city, not in the way we understand. They aged like trees, gently and in wisdom, with faces that held centuries without bitterness. They consumed only what nature offered freely. Their temples were carved not from ambition, but from stillness, each a hymn to silence, each a vibration locked in stone. And then, one night, it was gone, not eroded over time, not invaded, gone swallowed by a blizzard so intense it is still spoken of in the deepest mountain villages, passed down through generations not as weather, but as judgment. The blizzard of silence, they call it. The stories tell of a sky that darkened at dusk and never brightened again. Snow fell in sheets, no wind, no thunder, just an endless, deafening hush. The air thickened, mountains trembled. The city, and all within, vanished. It happened in a single night, and when the morning came, Siddapura was no longer there. Pilgrims have searched for it ever since. Some claim to have seen it from a ferret's, spires shimmering like illusions above distant peaks, vanishing when approached. Others speak of dreams shared by entire groups of monks, in which Siddapura calls to them with bells that ring through water and flame. No two descriptions are the same, yet all carry the same ache, the sense of something beautiful, sacred, and utterly lost. What could destroy such a place? Theories abound. Some believe Siddapura committed no sin, that its disappearance was not punishment, but release. That the city's residents, having achieved full spiritual liberation, chose to leave the physical world en masse, ascending to a higher plane in a moment of cosmic alignment. That the blizzard was not a storm, but the Earth's way of closing a portal, sealing behind them a path that the rest of us are not yet ready to follow. Others speak of something more tragic. One tale, half sung by hermits near the Ganges source, tells of a wandering sage who brought with him a scroll of forbidden scripture known only to the gods. It contained the knowledge of unmaking, the sound, the tone, the vibration that, if chanted correctly, could dissolve matter into nothingness. The elders warned him. He insisted it was for enlightenment, for testing the limits of being. When he recited it at the Temple of Wind, the city shimmered and then began to melt. The snow that followed was not natural. It was the sky's response to imbalance. A white curtain pulled down to hide the broken harmony, a veil over what had been perfection. Others believed the blizzard was no accident, but a weapon. That Siddapura was envied by rival kingdoms, or perhaps by otherworldly forces, that its purity had become a threat. If such a city could exist, it proved the world could be better, and there are always those who fear that. Whatever the truth, Siddapura remains buried beneath silence. Yet some evidence may still remain. In 2007, a team of mountaineers in a restricted region of Tibet reported finding unusual symmetrical ruins partially exposed by a retreating glacier. Stones so smooth and so finely aligned they could not have been shaped by primitive tools, each etched with concentric circles and interlocking wave symbols not belonging to any known Himalayan culture. The team's satellite radio failed. Their backup GPS refused to calibrate. They were found days later, wandering at the glacier's edge, speaking of a city made of snow that sang when the wind blew. Their footage? Never recovered. Monks in certain Himalayan monasteries still chant invocations that reference a place called Siddapura. Not as metaphor, as memory. They don't call it a myth, they call it a loss. And what if Siddapura wasn't the only one? Across the roof of the world, across Tibet, Nepal, Ladakh, and Bhutan, there are hints of other cities of the perfected places, where beings transcended suffering and lived in union with the stars. Some believe Siddapura was the last, the final node of a sacred network stretching back to pre-flood times. When it fell or ascended, that network shattered, and the world grew cold. Siddapura teaches us that even the most enlightened among us are not immune to sudden endings, that even perfection is temporary. It reminds us that beauty, wisdom, and peace must be tended, not presumed eternal. The moment we take them for granted, the storm arrives. The snow still falls there, constant, patient, almost reverent, as if trying to preserve what lies beneath, or mourn it. Some say Siddapura will return, when the earth is ready, when enough of us remember how to listen. Others believe it never left, that it exists now, just behind the veil, in the pause between breath and word, in the quiet that follows a deep meditation. And if you stand at the edge of the highest cliff, and the wind cuts your breath, and you close your eyes long enough, you might hear it, the low chant of a people who once mastered silence and disappeared into it. But Siddapura is not the only lost city hidden beneath layers of myth and ruin. Far to the west, under the Iberian sun and beyond the reach of easy archaeology, another city once flourished, gleaming with gold, echoing with hymns, wealthy beyond measure. Its name was Tartessos. And like the others, it too was claimed in a single, unforgiving day. Tartessos. There are lands where history folds over itself like ancient parchment, where myth, memory, and reality blend so closely that even time forgets which came first. Tartessos is such a place. Buried deep in the sun-drenched soil of southern Iberia, beyond the reach of modern roads and beneath layers of myth older than Rome, Tartessos was once the envy of kings and the obsession of prophets. Its wealth gleamed brighter than the sands of the Guadalquivir. Its temples stood higher than the olive hills. Its people, it is said, could hear the voices of the sea. And then, in a single moment, it was gone. Tartessos was no ghost story. It appears in Greek texts, in Phoenician trade logs, and even in early Roman speculation. A real city, an ancient kingdom, a cultural fusion so strange and elegant, it defied the categories of its time. Herodotus wrote of it with awe, describing a land rich in metals, especially gold, silver, and tinand, governed by a lineage of wise and noble kings. The most famous of them, King Arganthonios, reportedly ruled for 80 years and lived to be 120. His name, derived from the word for silver, was not symbolistic, it was literal. Tartessos glittered. The city lay at the edge of the known world, somewhere near the confluence of the Guadalquivir River and the Atlantic Ocean. The Greeks believed it to be the westernmost port before the great ocean swallowed the horizon. The Phoenicians, master sailors and secretive traders, kept its exact location hidden, guarding the route as a sacred trust. But all agreed on one thing: Tartessos was divine. Its people were artisans of metal and melody. Their gold work rivaled that of Mycenae. Their silver was so pure it needed no refining. Their ships sailed farther than any dared follow, and their music, yes, musicists described in obscure fragments as capable of stilling the wind. They worshipped strange gods, some resembling Phoenician deities, others known only in half-broken glyph hybrids of sea and sun, of eagle and serpent. And then, one day, the song ended. No warning, no drawn-out decline. Tartessos vanished in what has been called the silent calamity. Some speculate a massive earthquake cracked the land where the city stood. The Iberian Peninsula is not exempt from tectonic fury. Its southern tip lies along the Eurasian-African plate boundary. Others believe a tsunami followed, sweeping the city into the ocean, its gold and silver buried beneath silt and salt. These theories are supported by sudden shifts in the archaeological record traces of metallurgy, abruptly ceasing, trade routes dissolving, and entire dialects vanishing from inscriptions. But the silence that followed Tartessos' disappearance is what disturbs most. Civilizations die. They crumble, get absorbed, decline through war or resource exhaustion. But Tartessos did none of these. It ceased to exist with such finality that even nearby cultures spoke of it like a ghost. No Tartessian refugees, no chroniclers, just absence. Why? There are whispers too few to make a theory, too vivid to ignore, that Tartessos held a secret, that its mines went too deep, that its priests spoke with forces no man should bargain with. One legend, scarcely known outside esoteric circles, speaks of a subterranean temple and obsidian chamber sealed with gold locks, where the pulse of the world could be heard. The Tartessians, it claims, used the earth's hum to forge tools, cure illness, and predict the stars. But eventually, they went too far. They tried to harness the pulse itself to extract energy, to command it. And the earth responded. A single tremor, a single breath. The sea rose, the river changed its course, and Tartessos became silt. Some argue that Tartessos may have been connected to Atlantis, that the two civilizations were not separate, but echoes of the same original flood-born culture, fragmented across the ancient world. Plato, in Critias, describes Atlantis with uncanny similarities to Tartessos: the concentric layout, the wealth, the pride, the sudden annihilation. He places Atlantis beyond the pillars of Heracles, just as the ancients placed Tartessos. Were they the same? Or was Tartessos a remnant, a final ember of a larger fire? Whatever the case, the city's memory lingered long after its body was lost. Spanish folklore still speaks of El Tesoro de Tartessos, the treasure of Tartessosa, cache of gold, knowledge, or even sacred instruments said to be buried beneath the marshes of Gondwana National Park. There have been modern efforts, ground-penetrating radar, satellite scans, even underwater probes. Strange shapes have been seen, concentric circles, linear grids, but no one has touched them. The earth holds her silence tightly, and that silence, again, is too precise to be accidental. What if Tartessos was erased not just by nature, but by intent? If the people of Tartessos had truly discovered something ancient, something volatile, perhaps their final act was not a mistake, but a containment. Maybe they sealed something. Maybe they became the seal. A final act of sacrifice. A civilization choosing annihilation over contamination. In this theory, the gold wasn't just treasure. It was technology, conductive, symbolic, alive. The city's very design may have served as a circuitan ancient machine running not on oil or gears, but on geometry, water, and resonance. And when the system failed, when the balance was disturbed, it imploded. Or exploded. There are stories, too, of survivors, not many, and not in the way we hope. Monks in remote Spanish monasteries guarding scrolls with Tartessian glyphs. Secret societies in Andalusia tracing their lineage back to a forgotten king of silver. Even a tale of a cave high in the Pyrenees where a golden harp hangs untouched and still rings during storms. Coincidence? Or memory? Tartessos was more than a lost city. It was a fulcrum, a point of convergence between myth and history, between the terrestrial and the cosmic. Its destruction was not just a disappearance, it was a rupture, a scar still etched into the soul of Iberia. And perhaps, like all scars, it aches before a storm. Even now, the land where Tartessos once stood behaves strangely. Water refuses to drain in some areas. Electrical devices fail. Animals avoid certain marshes. And once a year, during the autumn equinox, locals speak of a low hum, barely audible, but impossible to ignore, rising from the ground, as if the earth is remembering. Tartessos may return, or it may never have left. Its secrets, however, were not lost with its fall. A fragment of its legacy survived, carried across deserts, recorded in another holy book, buried beneath sands rather than silt. A city of pillars and pride, punished by divine will and erased in a single night. Iram. The city of Ubar. The Atlantis of the sands. City of Ubar. Iram of the pillars. There are places the earth tries to forget, where time folds in on itself, and even memory cannot find footing. In the deep, endless deserts of the Arabian Peninsula, where the wind stings like fire and the dunes move as if alive, there was once a city of impossible wealth and even greater arrogance. Known in the Quran as Iram Datal, Imad Iram of the Pillars, this city was said to rival the grandeur of Babylon, to defy the heavens in its ambition, and to vanish without warning, swallowed by the very sand it had once defied. Today, we call it Ubar, or sometimes, simply, the Atlantis of the sands. The story of Ubar is both scripture and legend, a tale told in hushed reverence and stern warning. The Quran describes Iram as a city built by the people of Ad, a powerful and ancient tribe known for their physical might and technological prowess. These were not nomads. They were architects of stone, builders of columns that scraped the sky, and rulers of vast trade routes that stretched from Oman to Damascus. Their wealth came not from gold but from frankincense, sacred resin once valued more than silver, used in religious ceremonies across the ancient world. Caravans bearing Ubar's incense crossed empires, carrying not only scent but influence. But the people of Ubar were not content with wealth. Their pride grew monstrous. They believed themselves untouchable, chosen, gods among men. They mocked the prophets, desecrated the sacred, and boasted that their city would never fall. Its towering pillars became symbols not of glory, but of hubris, monuments to men who thought they could outlast even time. Then came the storm. The Quran recounts that God, in his wrath, sent a wind of destruction upon the people of a furious, howling gale that raged for 7 nights and 8 days. But in many of the oral traditions and Bedouin tales, the end was even more sudden. A single night, a wall of sand rising as high as a mountain. The sky darkened at noon. The earth groaned. The desert screamed. And when the storm ended, Ubar was gone. Not reduced to rubble, not buried gently beneath layers of sediment like Pompeii. Gone as if the hand of God had plucked it from the earth. The sand closed over it like water, and no trace remained. For centuries, scholars debated whether Ubar had ever existed at all. Its name passed into legend, like Atlantis or El Dorado. Cartographers left blank spaces over the region, sometimes labeling them simply empty quarter, the Rub al-Khali, the largest sea of sand on earth. A place as vast as it is inhospitable, where temperatures soar above human endurance and where the dunes shift so completely that maps are rendered useless within weeks. And yet, there were signs. Ancient caravan routes led to nowhere. Bedouin elders told of stone ruins swallowed by the sand. Pilgrims spoke of mirages that did not vanish, and sounds beneath the dune-soft bells, or whispers, or low, grinding cries. Some even claimed that on moonless nights, you could see faint, unnatural lights glowing beneath the surface, as if the city still breathed beneath its sandy tomb. In the late 20th century, satellite imaging revealed old tracks, ancient roads buried under the desert, converging on a single point in Oman. Excavations there unearthed stone arches, collapsed towers, and an octagonal fortress unlike anything else found in the region. For some, this was confirmation. Ubar had been found. But others were not convinced. The ruins were weathered, eroded, barely distinguishable from natural formations, and most chillingly no human remains. No signs of life. As if the city had been emptied before it fell. Or perhaps, as the stories insist, the city had never fallen. It had been taken. One legend, told by Bedouin shamans, describes the door of sand, an invisible gate, somewhere in the Rub al-Khali, sealed since the fall of Ubar. It is said that those who find it must not enter, for inside lies not ruin, but stasis, a city caught in a moment of divine wrath, frozen in time. The residents, they say, are still there walking, talking, laughing, unaware that they were judged, that their city was folded into another dimension to protect the world from their arrogance. There are reports unconfirmed, and often dismissed, of military satellites picking up sudden heat signatures from the region. Perfect geometric patterns appearing in the sand and vanishing within hours. In 1992, a French oil surveyor reported seeing a structure like an obsidian spire during a helicopter flyover. When he returned with a team, there was nothing, only sand. Shifting, silent, endless. Perhaps the most unsettling tales come from those who claim to have been there not in waking life, but in dreams. Writers, monks, desert mystics have described visions of a city too symmetrical, too clean. The streets are lined with pillars that hum. The air is thick with scent incense, yes, but mixed with something metallic. And always, there is a central temple structure of white stone that glows faintly, where a wind circulates upward, endlessly, like breath, at the heart of the temple, a well. And within that well, silence so deep it can erase names. What was Ubar truly? Was it a city of trade and arrogance, a forgotten outpost of a pre-flood empire, a technological relic, far more advanced than its neighbors, destroyed because it threatened the balance? Some esoteric traditions believe Ubar was a watchpoint and nexus where the Earth's energy lines converged, much like the temples of Tartessos or the singing towers of Siddapura. They say the pillars of Iram were not simply architectural, they were resonant instruments, tuned to harmonize with the Earth's magnetic field. When the people of Ubar lost their way, the vibration turned toxic. The sandstorm, in this view, was not weather, it was a cleansing frequency. And it worked, because Ubar disappeared with such totality that even its memory became fragmented. The most complete description of the city is not found in any archaeology, but in the Quran revealed through divine word, not human excavation, as if God himself wished the city remembered not for its wealth, but for its downfall. What lesson lies buried in Ubar? That power unchecked leads to ruin? That pride before the divine brings destruction? Perhaps. But there's something more chilling. Ubar teaches that the earth itself can erasin not gradually, but instantly. That a place can be unmade so completely, not even bones remain. That what we call lost may not be gone, but hidden intentionally. And maybe, just maybe, Ubar still exists waiting beneath the dunes, dreaming in silence, biding its time. But not all disappearances come from sand or sea. Some are born in the stars and end in war, cosmic, divine, and merciless. In the ancient city of Eridu, carved into the foundation of the Sumerian world, another name once echoed, not a place, but a race, the Namlu, and in a single cosmic battle, they were gone. The Namlu of Eridu. Before even the gods had temples, before the kings wore crowns, and before language was written in stone, there were the Namlu. They were not just a people, they were the first people, the prototypes, the divine models from which all later civilizations would echo in shadows and imperfections. According to Sumerian texts, those strange ancient tablets that seem to remember a world older than history, the Namlu were the original humans created not by chance or evolution, but by design. They did not evolve from beasts, but were sculpted from the ether, from the union of earth and sky, of matter and frequency. And just as swiftly as they were brought into being, they vanished in one great cosmic upheaval that left the gods themselves weeping. The story begins in Eridu by all accounts, the first city. Even the king's lists carved in stone and myth proclaim, after the kingship descended from heaven, the kingship was in Eridu. It was there that civilization bloomed, but beneath the ziggurats and the riverbanks, the older story waits. Because long before Enki ruled from his watery temple, and long before Sumer's pantheon bickered and bargained, Eridu was home to something else. The Namlu. They were tall giant, by some accounts. Radiant. Some said they shimmered faintly, as if lit from within. Not fully physical, not entirely spirit, they moved through the world with ease, neither bound by gravity nor confined by mortality. They spoke in vibration, not words. Their language was not uttered, but sung, a series of harmonics that shaped matter, healed wounds, calmed beasts. They lived in perfect alignment with the earth's resonance. Their temples were not places of worship, but of tuning hubs where reality itself was maintained through harmonic balance. They were the caretakers of earth. Not rulers, not owners, caretakers. Created or perhaps summoned by what the Sumerians called the Anuna, or those who came down from heaven, the Namlu were meant to be the bridge between earth and sky. They were the emissaries, the peacekeepers, the engineers of harmony, and they succeeded. For a time, but the harmony could not last. Somewhere in the distant cosmic courtrooms above, a conflict ignited. Among the Anunnathos who created the Namlu, a fracture formed. Some believed humanity should evolve naturally. Others wanted dominion, control. The Namlu, with their peaceful nature and immense abilities, became a point of tension. They could not be controlled. They would not wage war. They refused to serve in conquest or mining. They were a barrier to power. And so a decision was made. A new species would be crafted less aware, more malleable, a version of humanity that could be taught obedience. This species would worship. It would build ziggurats not as tuning forks, but as altars. It would write in cuneiform, not light. It would fear the gods, not walk beside them. But before the new model could be installed, the old had to be erased. What followed is described in veiled metaphor across countless ancient texts reduced in later ages to myths of fallen angels, of divine wars, of titans cast down and cities scorched by fire. But the Sumerians were more explicit. In fragments of broken tablets, the word Namlu appears alongside symbols denoting annihilation, fire from the sky, and the scattering of frequencies. It was not a war of swords and chariots. It was a war of resonance. The Namlu, attuned to the Earth's core harmonics, could not be simply killed. They had to be disrupted. Their very essentia song had to be unmade. The Anuna who had once uplifted them now turned their tools of creation into weapons. Sound became destruction. Light became fragmentation. One moment, the Namlu'u stood in their crystalline temples, humming the geometry of life into being. The next, they were dust. The ruins of Eridu bear no bones of giants, no clear evidence of their existence. Only strange, unexplained geometric patterns carved into the bedrock beneath the city patterns later Sumerian builders ignored, misunderstood, or feared. Some of these patterns, when recreated in modern laboratories, emit faint magnetic pulses. Others seem to produce sound when struck by sunlight. Some believe the Namlu left voluntarily retreated into the earth, or to another plane, that they realized the conflict was beyond resolution and chose exile over entrapment. They became legends, spirits, whispers in caves and songs in the wind. Others insist they were annihilated, completely erased, not just physically, but metaphysically, so no trace could contaminate the new human model. But the memory remains. In every culture that followed, echoes of the Namlu can be found. The shining beings of Mesoamerican myth, the elongated skulls of Paracas, the first men of Dogon cosmology, the luminous sages of Indian Vedic lore, beings of light who taught language, healing, agriculture, then vanished in a day of fire. The pattern is too familiar to be coincidence. In the myths of Enki and Enlil, Sumerian gods of wisdom and command, the war over humanity's fate plays out in allegory. Enki, said to be the original patron of Eridu and possible creator of the Namlu'u, weeps for their destruction. He tries to preserve their knowledge, encoding it into the very DNA of the new humans. Some claim this is the origin of what mystics now call junk DNA, the silenced harmonics of the Namlu'u, still buried within us, waiting for the right frequency to awaken. And perhaps they are not entirely gone. There are tales never mainstream of people disappearing near ancient ziggurats, returning days later with no memory, but an unshakable sadness. Some hear tones in the deep earth, harmonics with no source. Light that flickers in geometric shapes beneath the foundations of Eridu, now buried under centuries of dust and politics. One archaeological team, in 1998, reported discovering a chamber beneath Eridu sealed with bitumen and obsidian. Within were stones etched with symbols not matching any known language. Shortly after the discovery, the dig was halted due to unstable ground. The chamber was resealed. Officially, it never existed. Perhaps it's better that way. Because if the Namlu'u were truly a bridge between divine and human, what remains of them may still hold power, dangerous power. Power to reawaken what the gods buried, or to expose the lie of humanity's origins. The erasure of the Namlu is not just a historical loss. It is a scar on the human soul, a fracture in the collective memory. Their absence echoes in every myth of fallen angels, banished sages, and lost golden ages. Their story reminds us that not all destruction comes from pride or arrogance. Sometimes, it comes from fear of what we once were, and what we might become again. And as we continue to build towers into the sky, and unlock the secrets of DNA and vibration, perhaps the harmonics of the Namlu still linger waiting for us to remember the song. But if the Namlu were lost in a storm of skyfire, what of their cousins across the sea, those who ruled a continent of light, who fell not by war or divine judgment, but by the shattering of the earth itself? In the heart of the Pacific, beneath volcanic ash and tectonic scars, there once stood a capital like no other, the crown of a lost continent, the luminous city of Mu, Lemurian capital. In the heart of the vast Pacific, where the ocean stretches without end and the stars seem to drown in the depths below, there once rose a continent, not an island chain, not a volcanic archipelago, a continent immense, radiant, and home to a people whose knowledge shimmered brighter than their temples of crystal and gold. They called it Mu, and at its center stood a capitala sacred city, said to float between sea and sky. It was not merely a place, it was a hymn carved in light and stone. And in one shattering moment, that city vanished, not in centuries, not in years, in a single day. The stories of Mu come to us through the fog of forbidden memory, suppressed knowledge, scraps of language and architecture left scattered like bones across the Pacific Ring of Fire. First whispered by 19th century mystics, then echoed by explorers and colonists who stumbled across megalithic ruins on islands that, by every known measure, should never have held such structures. Gigantic stones cut with machine-like precision, astronomical alignments too exact for oral cultures without metallurgy, petroglyphs resembling maps of constellations only visible in the ancient skis that no longer exist. But the legend itself is older. In the sacred texts of ancient India, Mu is alluded to as Ra-Mu, a civilization birthed in harmony with the divine feminine and masculine forces, with spiritual laws etched into the very streets of its capital. In Mayan lore, there is talk of a motherland to the west stone engulfed by the sea. In Polynesian chants, the land of Hiva, a place of ancestors, swallowed by angry water sis, recited with reverence. Even Easter Island's Rongorongo script, still undeciphered, seems to carry remnants of a world that once was whole. At the heart of Mu stood its capital, known in fragments as Kahanai or Matu, Ra, depending on the source. It was said to be a city constructed not just with stone, but with consciousness. The Lemurians, as some traditions call them, did not merely build, they grew their cities in concert with nature. The capital pulsed with a living energy, shaped by geometries so refined they mirrored the patterns of light itself. Its towers spiraled like seashells, its bridges flowed like rivers. Its streets hummed with low-frequency harmonics, keeping the entire population in a state of spiritual equilibrium. They were a peaceful people, the Lemurians, tall, graceful, telepathic. They wore robes of woven light, communicated through tones and symbols, and cultivated technologies that blended crystal, water, and sound. Healing was not mechanical, it was vibrational. Travel was not by cart or ship, but by resonance adjusting one's frequency to shift location. They held no armies, no borders. Their power lay in attunement, in becoming part of the Earth's song rather than bending it. And then, they fell. The cause is debated among esoteric scholars, but nearly all traditions agree the destruction was total, swift, and absolute. It began, they say, with a tremor, not beneath the feet, but in the bones in the air, a dissonance, a pulse that broke the harmony. The Lemurian High Councilants, the stewards of Balanj, had begun to fracture. Some sought to use their knowledge to ascend beyond the earth, to turn inward and abandon stewardship in favor of divine personal evolution. Others, fearing abandonment, sought to anchor themselves further into matter, manipulating crystal technology to bend nature rather than serve it. A war of frequency erupted. Not of weapons, but of intent. Temples once tuned to the Earth's core began to vibrate out of sync. Earthquakes followed. The seas trembled. Volcanoes, once dormant due to careful Lemurian tuning, erupted in fury. The crystal towers cracked. The harmonics broke. And then, on one Dayon catastrophic day, the land itself split. Witness accounts, passed through surviving oral traditions on remote Pacific islands, describe a sky filled with fire. The sea rose in walls of water. The earth opened like a wound. The capital, once so balanced, shattered in a moment of pure resonance collapse. Some say it was like a bell, struck too hard in massive, discordant tone, and then silence. Mu was gone. The sea rushed in and sealed the scar. But fragments survived. On islands like Nan Madol, Easter Island, and Hawaii, stone structures remain impossible to explain, eerily similar in construction despite thousands of miles between them. Walls that interlock without mortar. Pillars so massive no local population could have moved them without machinery. And always, the alignment stows solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles there, perfect. Too perfect. Even deeper in the ocean, explorers have detected anomalies underwater ridges with right angles, vast plateaus that hint at sunken cities. Sonar images off the coast of Yonaguni, Japan, show what some call the underwater ziggurat. Critics call it natural. Believers call it proof. Proof that Mu was not myth, but memory. There are theories radical, but persistent, that Mu was not destroyed by natural disaster alone, that its fall was aided by an external force. Some point to asteroid impact. Others to weaponized sound or dimensional collapse. A few claim that Mu, like the Namlu, activated a failsafe. That the capital city, in its final moments, attempted to shield itself not with stone, but with vibration shifting out of phase, into another frequency band. And that somewhere, right now, it still exists, invisible, waiting. The Lemurian legacy is hard to ignore. Modern mystics speak of the Lemurian code, a spiritual DNA said to awaken in individuals across the planet. Healers claim to receive messages from Lemurian consciousness. Crystals embedded with Lemurian lines are said to carry ancient information. Music tuned to 432, hits called the Lemurian frequency, is used by meditation circles to tap into a memory buried deep within the soul. And always, the story is the same. They were not supposed to fall, but they did, because even those who walk with light are not immune to imbalance. Harmony, once taken for granted, can turn on itself. The very tools that elevated them became the source of their undoing. Mu teaches us that collapse can come from within. That peace, when untended, breeds entropy. That spiritual superiority, when ungrounded, becomes delusion. The Lemurians knew everything except, perhaps, humility. And in their final, blinding moment, they taught the world a lesson we are still trying to understand. Even now, the Pacific pulses strangely. Magnetic anomalies, deep-sea tremors, whispers in meditation. Some believe the capital will return not as land, but as resonance. That the frequency of Mu will rise again when humanity is ready to hear it, not to rebuild, but to remember. And if we do, the song of Mu rises from the depths, will we recognize it, or will we dismiss it, as we always do, as myth? But Mu was not the only city to vanish while reaching skyward. Across the deserts of ancient Mesopotamia, there once stood a holy city, raised not by human hands but by divine favor. A place so sacred it did not fleet was taken. The City of Enoch. The City of Enoch. There are cities that fall in fire, others drown in salt and wave, some vanish in wind and ice. But there is one city, unlike all the others, that did not collapse, did not burn, and did not suffer. It ascended. Not metaphorically, not through the poetic veil of religious metaphor. The story of the City of Enoch is told with an eerie clarity, a sense of awe, reverence, and silence. For this city did not die. It was taken, removed, erased from the surface of the earth in a single instant. One moment it stood, and the next, it was gone. The scriptures speak of it briefly, and those who know the ancient texts speak of it cautiously. In the book of Genesis, it is mentioned in passing. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. The brevity of the line conceals the magnitude of the event. But apocryphal texts, such as the Book of Enoch and the Book of Moses, expand on the mystery, describing not just a man, but a city, a civilization so righteous, so in harmony with the divine order, that it could not remain on earth. Enoch was said to be a prophet, a sage, a bridge between humanity and heaven. He taught peace, unity, sacred law, and the mysteries of the stars. According to these texts, he led a people who obeyed not kings, but conscience. Their laws were songs. Their courts were gardens. They needed no weapons, for they had transcended conflict. Their city, built in the Valley of Zion, was more than a settlement. It was a reflection of celestial order made manifest on earth. The architecture was perfect. The stones resonated with vibration. The gates faced the cardinal directions. The temples aligned with the movements of stars and the hidden harmonies of time. The City of Enoch was not merely a placet, was a frequency, a vibration of holiness woven into the fabric of the world. And that, perhaps, was its undoing. As the rest of the earth grew corrupt according to the texts, the people of Enoch remained steadfast. While kings warred, the people of Zion built gardens. While cities fortified, Enoch opened its gates. They became a mirror too bright for the world to bear. And in the fullness of time, a decision was made. The city would be taken. In one day, perhaps in one moment, it disappeared. Not with fire, not with water, but with light. It is said that the city was lifted, up-translated into heaven. The very soil upon which it stood ceased to be part of the earth. There was no ruin, no crater, just absence, as if the earth sighed and a piece of its heart floated away. No one saw it happen, or if they did, they could not describe it. Those left behind could only marvel and grieve. The Book of Moses describes the moment in quiet majesty. Zion, in process of time, was taken up into heaven. The people were too pure for the world, and the world too broken for them, and so they left. But where did they go? The texts are vague. Some say they dwell with God in the bosom of eternity. Others suggest a parallel plania dimension hovering just beyond our own, separated by a veil thinner than mist. In later Latter-day Saint teachings, Enoch's city becomes part of a great future return, that in the end times, the City of Enoch will descend again to reunite with a transformed earth. But the possibility that haunts most is this: what if they never truly left? What if the city still exists, hidden not in heaven, but in frequency? Modern mystics and esoteric scholars have long speculated that the story of Enoch is not just spiritual, but metaphysical, that his people had unlocked the full potential of human consciousness. They had aligned their vibrations to such a degree that they became immune to entropy. They had discovered how to change matter with thought, to tune the body to the Earth's energy grid, to sing themselves into higher dimensions. The city, in this view, was not taken, it moved. Elevated beyond third-dimensional perception, the City of Enoch remained superimposed over the earth like a ghost city of light. Occasionally, people report visions. Pilgrims traveling through ancient lands speak of overwhelming feelings, ecstasy, grief, clarity without explanation. Certain mountaintops, remote valleys, even desert plateaus have been described as thin places, where the veil between here and there is tissue, thin And sometimes, the wind carries music. What kind of civilization could master such transcendence? The Book of Enoch gives hints. It tells of the Watchers, celestial beings who descended to Earth to teach humans forbidden knowledge, astronomy, metallurgy, weaponry. But Enoch did not fall to corruption like others. He recorded the knowledge, catalogued it, judged it. His city did not abuse power. It refined it. The city of Enoch became a sanctuary not just from war, but from the fall of man. Some believe Enoch was warned that a cataclysm was approaching, a flood, a fire, an age-ending tremor, and the city's ascension was not just reward, but escape, a divine extraction, a rapture of the prepared. The connection to Noah is no coincidence. In some apocryphal texts, Enoch is Noah's great-grandfather. He disappears generations before the flood. The implication is chilling. The world would become too corrupted, too loud, too broken. The city of Enoch could not withstand what was to come, not because it was weak, but because it was too pure. And so, like a note held too long for a broken song, it lifted from the sheet entirely. But what if the flood wasn't the only reason? What if the city of Enoch vanished, not only because of external corruption, but because it had completed its cycle? Some esoteric theories suggest that civilizations, like souls, go through phases: birth, growth, transcendence. Most are cut short: Atlantis by flood, Mu by resonance collapse, Tartessos by tectonic wrath. But Enoch reached maturity, and when it did, it graduated. This, perhaps, is the most terrifying lesson of all, that we were meant to evolve beyond death, beyond cities, beyond time, that there is a path of alignment so profound it allows not just individuals, but entire societies to escape the wheel of suffering, that the earth, once in a while, gives birth to a civilization that learns how to leave without falling. And when it does, we forget, because it is easier to believe they never existed than to face the truth that we remain here because we are not ready. But the sky may remember. And perhaps, when the night is clear and your heart is still, you will feel Ita tremble, a warmth, a longing, as if a city made of song is still singing, just beyond the veil. But the earth was not done reshaping itself, for far across the ocean, in a land of pyramids and obsidian mirrors, another city rose. A place of origin, a mythical homeland known only through fragments of legend. Its name was Aztlán, and its fall came with the tide. Aztlán. In the myths of the Aztec, there is a place remembered not as legend, but as origin sacred, luminous, and now forever unreachable. Aztlán. The word itself translates to place of the herons, yet its true meaning runs deeper than etymology. It is the ancestral homeland, the fountainhead of the Mexica people, a paradise where water and stone danced in balance, where music flowed through canals and temples pierced the heavens. Aztlán was not a city in the traditional sense, it was a realm, a civilization suspended between earth and spirit, and like so many others, it did not end in a decline. It ended in a single day, one wave, one reckoning, one vanishing. To understand Aztlán is to peer into the hazy mirror of myth, where the past and the sacred blur into a single, glowing image. The Aztec migration narratives are clear in one regard. They did not begin in Tenochtitlan, or even in the Valley of Mexico. They came from the north, from Aztlán, across deserts and water, guided by omens, sacred birds, and dreams. They left behind a world that was already slipping beneath the tide, following visions of an eagle on a cactus devouring a serpent. But what compelled the exodus? Most accounts speak of a collapse, not political, not economic, but spiritual. The people of Aztlán, once in perfect accord with their gods and the cycles of the stars, began to forget. The high priests, who once fasted under moonlight and bathed in dawn mist, grew intoxicated with ceremony and control. They built more temples, bigger monuments. Sacrifices became spectacle. The rain no longer fell gently. The birds stopped singing. And one day, the lake stirred. Aztlán was built upon a great body of water, its streets laid out as floating avenues, its gardens suspended on rafts of woven roots. It was a city that defied the ground, thriving on reflection of sky in water, of man in God. The people believed the lake was alive, that it listened, that it had memory. And when they began to twist the old rites into pageantry and blood, the lake remembered. The legends tell of a single wave. It began with silence. The birds vanished. The wind stilled. Then a low moan echoed from beneath the water, as if the lake itself was sighing. A crack opened not in the earth, but in the reflection. The sky shuddered, and then it began. A wave unlike any seen before, not from the sea, but from within the lake, rose up not high, but wide. A wall of water, with no visible source, no storm, no rain. It moved fast, and it took everything. Temples crumbled in seconds. The floating gardens were pulled beneath the surface. Whole neighborhoods disappeared as if they had never been. No smoke, no fire, just water. And then, the calm. Those who escaped were not the elite, not the priests. They were the humble, the listeners, the ones who still knew how to read the omens in bird call and dew. They carried nothing but memory. No artifacts, no gold, only a story. That they had come from a place of great beauty and greater forgetting, and that it had been taken as punishment for pride. These survivors became wanderers. Their children became priests. Generations later, their descendants built Tenochtitlan, echoing Aztlán's water-bound elegance again, surrounded by a lake, again honoring the gods. But it was always a replica, a memory made stone. And like Aztlán, it too would fall, though that story is told with guns and steel, not flood and silence. But what of Aztlán itself? Could it have existed? Theories abound. Some place it in the deserts of northern Mexico or the American Southwest, suggesting that it was not a water city at all, but a symbolic homeland for a migrating people. But others, the ones who read between the glyphs and follow the older, less comfortable paths, believe Aztlán was real, that it existed on an island, or a peninsula. Perhaps even a lost shelf now buried beneath the rising Pacific. There are ruins scattered, half forgotten, too eroded to draw easy conclusions, where pyramids rise out of dense forest or sink into salt flats. In Sonora, in Baja California, in the Gulf of California, anomalies remain, some with carving styles not matching any known Mesoamerican group, others oriented to stars long since shifted from their ancient positions. But the most curious evidence is linguistic. Many Nahuatl words carry echoes of water, of movement, of return. The word atl, meaning water, forms the root of dozens of place names, Aztec, Toltec, and even Olmec. It's as if the water itself was not just a setting but a character, a force that shaped not just cities but the very language used to remember them. Aztlán is not a place you forget. It is a song sung across generations, in syllables that carry the scent of rain and the hush of submerged stone. And the water still moves strangely where Aztlán is said to have been. Satellite scans have picked up strange underwater formations. Divers, in areas considered uneventful, have found vast stone blocks aligned in ways too precise to be natural. Local fishermen tell of lakes that sometimes rise, slightly, with no storm, of dreams where they see cities below the waterline, glowing faintly, where people walk and do not drown. And sometimes, just sometimes, visitors report hearing music, faint flutes, drums like heartbeats. A chorus rising from beneath the waves, as if the city never drowned but simply descended, continuing its rites in the deep. What if Aztlán didn't die? What if the lake claimed it not to punish, but to protect? Perhaps the wave was not vengeance, but preservation, a divine act of mercy, taking the city before the world could consume it fully, before war, colonization, and forgetting. In this view, Aztlán still exists, not in memory, not in ruins, but intact, submerged, waiting, its temples humming quietly, its gardens growing in underwater silence, its people preserved in vibration, like a sacred pearl beneath the mud. And maybe, when the time comes when the descendants remember the original song, the right frequency, the forgotten prayer, Aztlán will rise. But rising is not always a choice. Some cities are not taken. Some do not ascend. Some are struck down with absolute fury, buried in earth and silence, not by water or forgetting, but by a force from within, a betrayal of sacred fire. Such was the fate of Helike. Helike. It is one thing for a city to die slowly eroded by time, toppled by invaders, or consumed by the creeping decay of neglect. It is another thing entirely for a city to vanish in the blink of an eye, as if the earth beneath it had grown tired of bearing its weight. This was Helike, a proud Greek city of gods and philosophers, swallowed in a single night without warning, without mercy, and without a trace. Long before Athens flowered into its golden age, before Rome cast its shadow across continents, there was Helike, glorious, wealthy, and radiant with divine favor. It lay in the northern Peloponnesus, along the Gulf of Corinth, facing the vast Ionian Sea. Helike was a confederate power, the leader of 12 cities in the Achaean League. Its warriors were fierce, its ships swift, its coinage widely traded. But Helike was more than powerful. It was sacred. The city was the heart of Poseidon's worship in ancient Greece. Its people held the sea god in higher reverence than any other deity, claiming him as their protector, their benefactor, their patron of prosperity and storm. His temple in Helike was enormous, grand, even by the standards of Delphi and Olympia. Bronze statues lined its gates. A colossal image of Poseidon himself, carved with flowing beard and trident aloft, gazed out over the waters that had enriched the city for generations. And perhaps it was to Poseidon that the people of Helike should have listened more closely. In the winter of 373 BCE, omens abounded. The animals were the first to sense it. Herds of rats, snakes, weasels, and insects poured from the city, fleeing inland, crossing the plains in a great, silent exodus. The priests and philosophers took note, as did the common folk, but few acted. Helike had stood for centuries. It was fortified by temples, alliances, coin, and confidence. What threat could come from the earth? What danger from the sea? Then came the night. It began with a vibration barely perceptible, a tremor that hummed through wine cups and torch sconces. The stars above danced oddly, as if seen through a shaking lens. Then the rumble began, deep, ominous, rising from the very bones of the earth. The ground cracked, the temples shifted, the statue of Poseidon tilted, then split down the middle. And before the citizens of Helike could even understand the scope of their doom, the sea rose. Not in waves, in mass. A wall of water, black and heavy, surged inland. The quake had not only shaken the city, it had pulled it downward, like a door opening into the underworld. The land collapsed, forming a sudden basin, and the ocean poured into it. Buildings crumbled as the water reached them. The people screamed. Some prayed. Most were simply taken. By dawn, Helike was no more. The city and all its citizens had been erased, swallowed not by myth, but by the sea. The river Lyonesse that had once fed its fields now fed the new lagoon. The olive trees drowned, The roads disappeared. And in their place, the sea lapped gently against new shores, if nothing had ever stood there. The disaster was recorded by philosophers, poets, and historians throughout the Greek world. Diodorus, Pausanias, Aelianal spoke of Helike's sudden end. Even centuries later, Roman travelers noted seeing ruins beneath the shallow water columns, temples, the ghostly outline of a city preserved in salt. But no one rebuilt. The land was considered cursed. Helike became a cautionary tale, not just of tectonic danger, but of spiritual hubris. For some, it was not Poseidon's failure to protect, but his deliberate wrath. The people of Helike, it was said, had grown arrogant. Some accounts suggest they refused to share a statue of Poseidon with their colonial offspring in Ionia. Others claim they had desecrated a sacred ritual. Whatever the details, the message was the same. The god had turned his face away, and the sea had followed. The city remained lost for millennia. Its precise location was debated, guessed, obscured. Some thought it had drifted into the myths of Atlantis. Others placed it too far inland or too deep under the gulf. And so it stayed, forgotten beneath silt and suspicion until the late 20th century, when archaeologists began to unearth its bones. In the early 2000s, beneath layers of mud in an inland lagoon near the coast of modern-day Achaia, Greek researchers found remnant pottery, coins bearing the unmistakable image of Poseidon and the charred remains of a temple's wooden foundation. They had found Helike, or at least its edge. The city had not slipped into the ocean's abyss but had been covered, quietly, by water and mud, preserved like a bruise on the earth's surface. But even as the dig began, strange phenomena were reported. Equipment failed, lights flickered, teams heard low hums, like the resonance of ancient bronze, echoing from the ground. Local villagers spoke of dream-soft tall men in ancient robes, of water rising through stone, of chants in forgotten tongues. Was it memory? Or something more? Because Helike's fall was not just geological, it was harmonic. Many ancient sites destroyed by water or fire carry with them not just ruin, but Silencian energetic void, as if the fabric of reality thinned. Helike was no different. It was a city built in praise of the sea, and it was the sea that took it, but perhaps it was not revenge. Perhaps it was reclamation. Poseidon was, after all, not merely a storm god. He was the earth shaker, the controller of boundaries, the one who reminds us that all stability is temporary. Helike had forgotten this. It built its temples too proudly, ignored the omens, trusted too much in its walls. And the earth remembered. Helike's story is not just one of loss, but of repetition. Cities today stand on coasts, on fault lines, on the backs of forgotten myths. We scoff at omens now. We chase profit, build higher, drill deeper, and in so doing, we echo the pride of Helike. But somewhere beneath the waves, beneath the mud and reeds, the city still hums. Its foundations hold stories that we've only begun to decipher. Its temples, broken and submerged, still face the stars. And when the sea is calm and the night wind falls silent, some claim you can hear chanting low, reverent, mournful, the city singing its name into the tide. But Helike was not the only city to fall under divine judgment. Across the ancient world, another realm rose in opposition to heaven, building itself on a false promise, a mirror of a paradise it could never truly become. A shadow twin. And so, one day, it was judged not with flood or fire, but with both. Its name was Shambala, but not the Shambala you've heard of, the false Shambala. Shambala, false Shambala. There are stories that shine like lanterns in the dark tales of hidden kingdoms, ascended masters, and cities of light untouched by time or sorrow. Shambala is one such name. In Tibetan Buddhism and esoteric traditions, it is whispered as the dwelling place of enlightened beings, a sanctuary of peace that exists not only in geography, but in vibration. But for every light, there is a shadow. And so, among the threads of forgotten prophecy, there is a darker talia, forbidden mirror, the false Shambala, a kingdom that mimicked the sacred, pretended to purity, and paid for its deceit in a single day of divine judgment. The real Shambala, as described in ancient texts like the Kalachakra Tantra, is said to be hidden in the remote mountains of Central Asia. It is not a utopia of myth, but a spiritual fortress guarded by layers of reality itself, visible only to those of the proper karmic vibration. Within its borders, the kings rule not through war or politics, but through dharma. Its people are said to live in harmony with cosmic law, their lives a perfect balance of inner and outer peace. But what happens when another place see arrival, a pretender rises in the image of that light, but lacks the soul? The legend of the false Shambala is not easily found in standard texts. It exists in the footnotes of esoteric manuscripts, the chants of obscure monastic sects, and the dreams of oracles who weep upon waking. This city, it is said, was constructed by those who knew of Shambala but did not understand it. Outsiders, sorcerers, exiled monks, fallen disciples of the Dharma who sought not enlightenment, but power. They had glimpsed the blueprints of the sacred realm and sought to recreate it not through awakening, but through architecture, imitation, and stolen rituals. And they succeeded on the surface. The false Shambala stood in a hidden valley, walled by jagged mountains, its streets arranged in mandala-like patterns, its temples glimmering with gemstones and gilded spires. Pilgrims, drawn by dreams and legends, came seeking wisdom and were greeted with visions, signs, and prophecies. But the teachings were hollow, the rituals were inverted, and the masters who walked its halls did not radiate peace, they concealed domination. It was a city of mirrors, of imitation, a perfect counterfeit. At its center stood the palace of the waking Wheel structure, modeled after the Kalachakra mandala itself. Its builders had studied every sacred ratio, copied every symbol, mimicked every cosmic alignment. But what they created was an echo like building a temple from shadows. It looked right, it felt wrong. The vibration was off, almost imperceptibly, but enough to draw the attention of those who watch such things. For a time, the false Shambala thrived. Its inhabitants lived in seeming bliss, their needs met, their meditations deep. But something else began to fester: pride. A belief that they had not just equaled the real Shambhala, they had improved upon it. They had made it accessible, tangible, immediate. No more trials of spirit, no need to transcend. Just arrival. Enjoyment, celebration without sacrifice. They called themselves the builders of the second dawn. And in so doing, they declared war quietly, spiritually, on the very forces of balance they had pretended to worship. The warnings came first, of course. The skies dimmed. The winds shifted. Birds avoided the valley. The river that once flowed clear began to reflect not the sky, but distorted images, faces, flickers, flames. Monks began to vanish. Not in death, but in silence. Rooms were found empty. Beds untouched. Footsteps leading nowhere. Then came the storm. It was not wind or rain that struck the false Shambala. It was something more ancient, more precise. Fire and ice. The sky split with a thunderless crack. A beam of searing white light descended upon the palace of the waking wheel. Not fire, as we know it, not flame. It was cold and hot at once, silent yet deafening. It turned gold to ash, crystals to vapor. It unraveled the very illusion upon which the city stood. The mountains groaned and began to collapse inward, as if the earth itself was reclaiming the valley. Then the frost came, not gradual, but instant. A breath that froze the air, the trees, and the people mid-motion. By dawn, there was nothing. No ruins, no corpses, just a hollow in the mountains where something had once pretended to matter. Travelers who pass near the region rare, and few speak of unease. Compass needles spin, batteries die, dreams grow vivid and terrifying. Some describe walking for hours only to return to the same spot, as if the land itself loops. Others speak of hearing distant chanting glow, discordant and wrong. Not human, not divine, just off. So why was the false Shambala allowed to exist at all? Because even shadows serve the light. The esoteric teaching, preserved only by the most reclusive lineages, says that the false Shambala was a necessary testakarmic trial for those who sought shortcuts. A mirror placed on the path to reflect back the ego, to expose the desire to arrive without becoming. It lured the ambitious, the greedy, the spiritually arrogant. And when enough had gathered, when the energy had ripened into peak delusion, it was erased not as punishment, but as reset. Because truth cannot be counterfeited indefinitely, what remains is silence. Some claim a shard of the city still exists, locked in a pocket of folded time, where the builders still walk unaware they were judged, trapped in a loop of their own pride. Others say a single relic survived the eye of the mandala disc of obsidian etched with impossible geometry, said to show the real Shambala to those pure enough to see it, and the false to those who are not. The lesson of the false Shambala is not about divine wrath, it is about resonance. When a civilization attempts to build heaven without humility, it creates a frequency that calls its own end. The real Shambala still waits, but it cannot be found with maps or built with blueprints. It must be earned, embodied, and lived. And as the cold wind howls through the now empty valley, carrying the faintest echo of chants that no longer harmonize, another city, this time in the Amazon, still pulses with mystery. Built by giants, carved from stone, hidden by jungle, it too vanished in a single breath of Earth's fury. The lost city of the giants. The lost city of the giants, Ecuador. Deep in the heart of the Amazon rainforest, where the mist clings to the trees like ancient memory and the sun pierces the canopy only in fleeting golden shafts, lies a silence too heavy to be natural. It is the kind of silence that suggests something massive once moved here, something that no longer does. And at the core of this silence, hidden for centuries by vines, moss, and the respectful fear of local tribes, was once a city. A city not built for ordinary men, but for beings whose footsteps could shake the ground. The lost city of the giants. A place so improbable that even now, its whispered existence defies logic, yet demands attention. The oral traditions of the indigenous Shuar people of Ecuador tell of a time when giants roamed the land not as metaphors, but as literal beings, massive and powerful, who shaped the earth with their hands. These were not monstrous abominations, but a race of builders-keepers of knowledge, children of the stars. The Shuar call the place where they lived the House of the Gods, a name that hints at reverence, awe, and a deep-rooted fear, because, as the stories go, these beings did not die. They vanished, overnight. Their city collapsed in a single moment, as if the land could no longer bear the weight of their secrets. In recent decades, fragments of this myth found curious reinforcement. Explorers and researchers venturing into the remote jungles of the Morona Santiago province stumbled upon vast stone structures, megalithic platforms of smooth-cut rock, far too large for any known civilization in the area. The stones, some weighing several tons, were fitted with unnatural precision, stacked in patterns that defied the chaos of natural formation. Unlike typical Incan or pre-Columbian structures, these walls seemed almost industrialist, like ruins, more like the foundations of something impossibly advanced. What made these findings stranger was the scale. Doorways stood twice the height of a man, staircases that seemed designed for legs 5 times longer than ours. Tools found nearby, stone hammers and axes, were so large they could not be wielded by any ordinary human. These artifacts, once dismissed as geological flukes or the remnants of a quarry, began to take on new meaning when viewed through the lens of the legends. The lost city of the giants, according to the Shuar, was not built recently. It was ancient, far older than the Incas, older than the Olmecs, perhaps even older than the land itself in its current form. Some believe the giants were survivors of an earlier epic, beings who walked the earth before the Great Flood, before the sun took its current path across the sky. They were said to be builders of star portals, architects of time, guardians of forgotten energies buried in the planet's crust. But if they were so mighty, why did they fall? That question hangs like a stone in the humid air. The Shuar answer it not with facts, but with feeling, with sorrow. The giants, they say, committed a single error. They tried to outgrow the earth. They began to manipulate energies that were not meant to be controlled. Tectonic forces, magnetic flows, the pulse of the planet itself. They believed they could stabilize reality, bend time, even pierce dimensions, and in doing so, they forgot humility. It began with a hum, a deep, low frequency that emanated from the city's central temple monolithic ziggurat, carved into the slope of a granite mountain. The temple was their beacon, their workshop, their sanctuary. And one day, something inside it began to resonate wrong. Perhaps a misalignment in the Earth's core. Perhaps a reaction to solar flares. Perhaps a miscalculation in their experiments. Whatever the cause, the effect was immediate. The earth beneath the city shifted not gradually, but violently. A fault line split open, wide and hungry. The stone foundations cracked, not from pressure, but from vibrations shattered by the very harmonics the giants once mastered. Some accounts speak of a pulse, a blinding flash of light that turned day to dusk and silence to screaming wind. Trees fell, rivers reversed. The jungle, once held back by the city's energy field, surged forward like a tidal wave of green, reclaiming what had been borrowed. And just like that, the city was gone. No war, no invasion, just entropy. Nature didn't attack them. It absorbed them. The giants, some say, tried to escape, but their size became their doom. They could not move fast enough. The city fell inward, swallowing itself, entombing its architects in a sudden geological collapse. The great staircases now lead to nowhere. The doors open into stone. The jungle sealed the city as if to preserve a secret too dangerous to share. Those who have dared return to the site report strange phenomena. Compass needles that spin erratically, electronic equipment that malfunctions, the constant sense of being watched not by animals, but by something older, something waiting. In the dead of night, the jungle does not rest. It speaks, and if you listen long enough, you may hear the ground hum again softly, like a memory repeating itself. Locals warn against staying too long. They believe the city still holds power, that the giants, or what remains of them, are not entirely gone. Some speak of sightings massive shadows moving through the trees, footprints that disappear in hard rock, glowing glyphs that appear only in moonlight. Scientists scoff. They dismiss the ruins as a natural rock formation, a case of wishful thinking and pareidolia. But those who have seen it, who have touched the stones, who have followed the contours of a staircase meant for titans know better. They feel it in their bones. This city was real, and it fell in a moment. The jungle may hide it, but it cannot erase its weight. And perhaps the greatest tragedy is that the giants didn't fall because they were evil. They fell because they reached too far. Like so many civilizations before and after them, they mistook understanding for wisdom. They could manipulate gravity, yes. They could lift stones the size of small buildings. But they forgot to ask whether they should, whether the earth was ready, whether they were. And so the earth answered, not in words, but in collapse. Today, explorers still search. They risk heat, insects, disease, and disorientation for a glimpse of what lies beneath the vines. They hope to recover knowledge, technology, lost history. But the jungle is patient. It gives nothing without a price. The lost city of the giants remains buried both literally and symbolically. It is a reminder that even those with unimaginable strength are not immune to the rules of nature. That might is not protection. That greatness, unbalanced by humility, is a curse disguised as destiny. And now, as we leave the tangled green silence behind, we follow the thread of fire once again, not to the jungle or the forest, but to the stars, to a city of sky priests. A place where flame fell from the heavens not as destruction but as judgment. Tula of the stars. Tula of the stars. There are ruins across the ancient Americas that speak a language lost to time. Silent stone sentinels stand watch over lands now overrun by forest and sky, their angular shadows hinting at civilizations long vanished. But not all cities crumble quietly. Some fall with spectacle, with light, sound, and fury. And among these vanished metropolises, none burn in memory as brightly as Tula of the Stars, a city born under celestial alignment and destroyed by the same cosmic forces it once revered. Tula, also known as Tolan in Nahuatlas, not merely a city, it was an observatory, a sanctuary, and a clock of the cosmos. While scholars today identify a city named Tula in central Mexico's capital of the Toltec Empire, the Tula we speak of here is different. It is older, deeper, more mythic. According to hidden glyphs, whispered oral traditions, and the preserved chants of Nahua priests, there was once a first Tula of the Starsa city that existed before the Toltecs, before even the Olmecs, perched high in the mountains and built not for man, but for communion with the heavens. This city was founded by Sky Priests, an order of beings, said to be part human, part celestial. They were astronomers, architects, and mystics who believed the stars did not merely shine, but spoke. Every building in Tula was constructed in harmony with constellation temples aligned to Sirius, plazas shadowed in patterns of Orion's belt, canals curved with the waxing of Venus. The city itself was a map of the heavens carved into the bones of the earth. The people of Tula worshipped fire, but not the earthly kind. They sought the sacred flame that falls, a phenomenon they claimed linked the earth to the stars in moments of divine communion. When the flame fell, their records state, knowledge descended with it. It was a beacon, a purifier, a transmitter. They collected it in crystalline bowls, stored it in obsidian vaults, and built rituals around its return. Every 52 years, a sacred cycle in Mesoamerican calendars, the sky priests prepared for the descent of the star flame, which would signal renewal, reset, and revelation. But something changed. In the final days of Tula, according to surviving verses sung by old Mazatec and Huastec storytellers, a different fire fell. Not the sacred flame, not the transmitter, but a false light, an angry one. It began with a star that moved erratically across the night sky. Unlike the steady glimmer of Venus, or the sweeping path of the Milky Way, this star twitched, pulsed, and bled crimson. The sky priests observed it through their sacred mirrors bowls of polished black obsidian filled with water. What they saw terrified them. Some claimed it was a god wounded in the heavens. Others believed it was a tear in the fabric between worlds. Whatever it was, the city began to prepare. The rituals intensified. Bells rang through the night. Fires were kept lit in every home, and no one slept beneath an open sky. The priests gathered in the central pyramid, flame-templioned, chanted for 7 days and nights, trying to divert what was coming. But Tula had grown complacent. Its rulers had lost the humility that once guided their ancestors. Though the sky priests begged for restraint, the High Council pushed forward with experiments. They wanted to harness the descending fire, trap it, use it They believed their alignment with the cosmos made them immune to its wrath. On the final day of the cycle, just as dawn was expected to rise, the sky went black. Not with clouds, with shadow. An eclipse, but not of the sun. The star itself had grown enormous, a red eye hovering directly above the flame temple. The entire city pulsed with unease. Animals fled. The river, which usually flowed gently through the southern edge of the city, boiled. And then the fire came. Not a beam, not a meteor. A column of flame, falling from the sky like the finger of a furious god. It struck the central pyramid in a blast of white and red so intense that witnesses reported seeing bones turn to ash before their bodies hit the ground. The fire did not stop. It pulsed, wave after wave, each blast sending out rings of searing heat that shattered stone and melted metal. Buildings ignited instantly. Water turned to steam. Those who tried to flee found the outer gates already consumed. The air itself burned. But the fire wasn't just physical. It attacked memory. Survivors few as they were described how thoughts dissolved mid-sentence, how names vanished from their minds, how songs they had sung for years turned to meaningless syllables. This was not just annihilation. It was erasure. By dawn, the fire was gone. The star had vanished. The city, once radiant with celestial harmony, was reduced to slag and silence. All that remained was a scorched crater, the glassed foundations of buildings, and a handful of survivors who could no longer speak. Over time, nature reclaimed what was left. Vines crept across blackened stone. Trees grew where plazas once hosted dancers. The jungle buried the evidence, but beneath the surface, the echoes remained. Modern-day travelers who trek into the Sierra Madre and stumble upon these forgotten sites places with architecture too old, too alien often report unease. Some describe visions at night, pyramids glowing under a blood sky, voices chanting in a language they do not know. Others claim the stars behave strangely above these ruins. They flicker more rapidly. They shift when not watched directly. And some bring back stones. Pieces of melted obsidian, fused with sand and something else unknown minerals that seem to vibrate when touched, or cause headaches or nightmares. One explorer who carried such a stone for weeks later reported waking up under the stars with burns on his palms and no memory of how he got there. What truly happened to Tula of the stars? Was it a meteor? A celestial weapon? A cosmic miscalculation? Perhaps it was all three. Perhaps Tula had become so attuned to the heavens that, when the balance tipped, the correction came swiftly. The fire they revered returned to judge, not as teacher, as executioner. Or maybe the city succeeded. What if the fire was not destruction, but transcendence? What if the city, in one final act of cosmic resonance, ascended not like Enoch, but in flame its people consumed because they became light themselves? Either way, the result was the same. One day, there was a city filled with light, sound, and celestial harmony. The next, there was only ash. But history does not pause. Even as Tula's fires cooled, another city began to shimmer on the shores of the western CAA city so sacred, even the gods tread carefully around it. A place forged in myth, gold, and divine favor. Dwarka, the first incarnation, and like Tula, it too would meet its end in a single breath of ocean's will. Dwarka, first incarnation. Beneath the crashing waves of the Arabian Sea, off the western coast of India, lies a city whispered about in scriptures, hymns, and the breathless stories passed down through countless generations. It is not merely ancient, it is divine. The city of Dwarka, not the modern port city that bears its name today, but the Dwarka of old, the first incarnation. A city not built by human hands but summoned into being by the will of the gods. A kingdom forged by Lord Krishna himself. And though its foundations were sacred, even Dwarka could not escape the one law that governs all things born in time. What rises must one day fall. According to the ancient Indian epics, especially the Mahabharata and the Bhagavata Purana, the story of Dwarka begins not with stone and mortar, but with exile, destiny, and cosmic design. Lord Krishna, avatar of Vishnu, weary of the strife and bloodshed in Mathura, led his people westward in search of peace, a place untouched by the claws of war. Guided by visions and celestial signs, he arrived at the mouth of the Gomti River, where land met sea in a perfect embrace of earth and water. There, he called upon Vishwakarma, the divine architect, to build a new city, one that could rival the heavens. The result was Dwarka, the gateway, a city of gleaming palaces, jeweled towers, gardens of perpetual bloom, and avenues paved not in stone but in resonance. It was said to shimmer under the moonlight, its walls glowing with embedded crystals that reflected the consciousness of its inhabitants. Rivers flowed within its walls in sacred spirals, and temples rose like mountain peaks, their spires tipped with gold. Birds sang in harmonic chords. Every breath taken inside Dwarka brought balance, and every corner was touched by intentional divinity. But Dwarka was not just a sanctuary, it was a seat of cosmic governance. Krishna ruled not as a king of land, but as a guardian of balance. His city became a refuge for sages, warriors, poets, and truth-seekers. It was a convergence point of Dharma where politics and spirituality merged in perfect harmony. For years, this luminous metropolis existed in peace, while the rest of Bharat, India, reeled under conflict. But peace, when too perfect, begins to hum at a dangerous frequency. Even within Dwarka, seeds of discord found root, not in Krishna himself, but among Menjealous cousins, political rivals, wounded egos, and unchecked pride. The Mahabharata tells of Krishna's role in the great Kurukshetra war, a cataclysmic battle that shook the very foundations of the earth. Though Krishna did not wield weapons, his strategies, wisdom, and guidance shaped the war's outcome. The Pandavas triumphed, but the price of victory was steep. As the dust of war settled, Krishna returned to Dwarka not as a celebrated hero, but as a man burdened with the weight of cosmic imbalance. The war had taken more than lives, it had unraveled the fabric of righteousness. In the aftermath, the Yadava clan, Krishna's own kin, began to unravel. The curse came quietly. It began with a drunken brawl among Krishna's sons and nephews. During a pilgrimage, insults turned to fists, fists turned to weapons. A sage's curse was uttered in the chaos that the Yadava race would destroy itself. Krishna, aware of the inevitability of time, did not intervene, for the avatar of Vishnu had completed his purpose. The cycle had turned, the age of heroes was ending, and the city built by divine grace had reached the end of its karmic arc. The fall of Dwarka was not violent in the traditional sense. There was no army, no siege, no invaders at the gate. There was only the sea. It came at dawn. The birds did not sing that morning. The wind paused. The sea, usually gentle and rhythmic, began to growl deep and guttural. Like a beast waking from a centuries-long slumber, the horizon darkened. And then, the ocean began to rise. But this was not a wave. It was a wall. The sea climbed upward, as if the water itself had grown limbs. People screamed, bells rang out from temples. Krishna, meditating in silence on the edge of the palace gardens, opened his eyes but did not move. The flood poured into the city, not as punishment, but as completion. Buildings shattered under its force. Entire districts were torn from their roots and dragged into the depths. Temples imploded. Light vanished. And when the sun finally rose above the horizon, Dwarka was gone. Not buried, not broken, erased. The Bhagavata Purana describes this event with startling calm, stating that after Krishna departed from the earth, the ocean swallowed the city as ordained by fate. It did not resist, nor did the people. They understood, somehow, that the city had fulfilled its purpose. Its time in the cycle was complete. For centuries, Dwarka was considered a shimmering tale, wrapped in devotion and poetic exaggeration. But in modern times, divers and marine archaeologists began to uncover ruins off the coast of present-day Dwarka, submerged beneath the Arabian Sea. What they found: columns, grids of streets, tools, and pottery, suggested an advanced city older than the Mahabharata's timeline. But regardless of what science can prove, the spiritual resonance of Dwarka's fall remains intact. This city, unlike others, did not fall because of hubris, war, or divine wrath. It fell because it had to. In the grand wheel of Yugasti cyclical ages of Hindu cosmology, nothing remains permanent, not even perfection. What begins in Dharma must dissolve, so that the wheel may turn again. Dwarka's disappearance was a sacrifice, a cleansing, a signal that the Dvapara Yuga was ending and Kali Yuga, or current age, was beginning. And in this lies its greatest mystery. Did Krishna build Dwarka, knowing it would one day vanish? Was the city designed not just to exist, but to disappear? To leave behind not ruins, but a question? Perhaps Dwarka was never meant to be found again. Perhaps its truth lies not beneath the sea, but in the cycle it completed. A reminder that even the divine must bow to time. Today, pilgrims visit modern Dwarka, praying in temples that echo the names of gods, offering flowers and chants to the sea. They watch the tides, hoping for a glimpse of stone beneath the surf, for the moment when the water recedes just enough to reveal a submerged step or pillar. And some say they see it just for an instant: a golden dome, a carved wall, a shimmer of the old city still waiting beneath the waves. But whether real or remembered, the fall of Dwarka marks a transition, the end of one age, the beginning of another. And as the sea closes over this city of divinity and fate, we turn our eyes northward to a realm of metal and wind, where another civilization stood at the edge of the world, burning bright beneath a sky of flickering lights. The copper cities of the Arctic Circle. The copper cities of the Arctic Circle. In the frozen silence of the far north, where the sun can disappear for weeks and the auroras dance like forgotten gods across the night sky, there once stood a civilization that defies modern comprehension. It was not made of ice. It was not nomadic. It was not simple. It was forged in metal copper, to be exact, and it shimmered against the snow like fire trapped in frost. This was the realm of the Copper Cities, a network of luminous metropolises said to have once existed within the Arctic Circle, north of Siberia, long before recorded history. And like so many before it, this civilization did not fade over centuries. It vanished in a single day, wiped from the map by a magnetic catastrophe no historian dares acknowledge. The tales of the Copper Cities survive only in fragments, shattered pieces of memory, scattered across the indigenous oral traditions of the Arctic peoples, cryptic passages in Siberian folklore, and the records of a few early Russian explorers whose journals were later lost or redacted. But the stories agree on certain details: that there once was a great shining civilization far to the north, built not of stone or wood, but of a strange reddish metal that never rusted, even under centuries of ice and snow, that its inhabitants were tall, radiant beings who harnessed the Earth's magnetic fields not merely for energy but for consciousness. According to the reindeer-herding Evenki shamans, the Copper people were not originally from Earth. Or, perhaps more accurately, they were from a different version of Earth, a dimension out of sync, one where metal lived and memory could be stored in crystals. The cities they built were said to pulse with their own inner light. Their towers curved like frozen lightning. Their streets were heated not by fire, but by harmonic slow tones that radiated warmth and kept the snows at bay. It was always twilight there, even in full sun, as if the cities were wrapped in a veil of shimmering static. The copper cities were not static monuments. They were alive. Their structures could change shape according to need. Walls would bend to form new rooms. Domes would open to reveal the stars. The inhabitants wore robes woven with fine copper threads, and their hands were adorned with bracelets that glowed whenever they spoke to the city itself, suggesting a kind of neural interface, a symbiosis between mind and environment. But it was not their architecture that set them apart. It was their mastery over magnetism. The copper people believed that everything thought, emotion, time had a magnetic signature. They designed instruments that could read these fields, alter them, and even erase them. What modern science now studies as magnetic anomalies, they understood as energy tides, the emotional pulses of the earth itself. The central structure in each city was not a palace or temple, but a magnetic chamber called the heart coil, of vast copper sphere, suspended between two towers, spinning constantly. It was said that when the heart coil was active, the people could access ancestral memory, speak to the dead, and even glimpse parallel futures. For centuries, or perhaps millennia, these cities thrived in secrecy. Hidden beneath auroras and perpetual frost, they kept to themselves, tuning their minds to the frequency of Earth's pulse. But, as with all great civilizations that seek to master the unseen, they grew ambitious. It is said that one day, the heart coil of the largest city, called Karzun by the Evenkiwas, altered. The elders, wishing to open a permanent rift between dimensions, increased its rotational speed and aligned it with a celestial event, a triple conjunction of stars that had not occurred for 26,000 years. They believed that by syncing with this moment, they could lift their entire civilization into a higher state of being, one where death no longer applied, where memory was infinite, and where time could be sculpted like clay. But the alignment did not bring transcendence, it brought collapse. At the precise moment of conjunction, the heart coil began to vibrate violently. The magnetic fields surged beyond control. Instead of opening a door, the device fractured the harmony between Earth's poles, sending shockwaves through the crust. The auroras above intensified, their greens and purples flashing to blinding white. Birds fell from the sky. Reindeer ran in circles, screaming in ways no animal should. The sky shimmered, split, and then cracked. A sound followed, deep, metallic, and painful to hear. Not thunder, not explosion, a resonance, like the groan of a dying planet. Then, the snow began to boil. What followed was not fire, not earthquake. It was something stranger. The entire landscape around the copper cities began to dematerialize. Buildings flickered like unstable holograms. The towers twisted into impossible shapes before vanishing. The light from the cities pulsed one last time and collapsed inward, as if sucked into a black hole made of silence. The heart coil, overloaded with dimensional strain, imploded in a final burst of light that was seen as far away as the Ural Mountains, and when the light faded, there was nothing. No ruins, no bones, no smoke. Only scorched patches of tundra where nothing grows, surrounded by silence so deep it drowns the soul. Modern satellites occasionally detect magnetic distortions in these regions, areas where compasses spin without direction and where radio signals die. Expeditions to these sites have ended strangely. Some teams vanish. Others return with missing time, sunburns under cloud cover, or dreams they cannot explain. One Soviet team in the 1960s reported discovering a copper orb half buried in the permafrost. It was warm to the touch. It hummed. It was never seen again. Why did the copper cities fall? Was it punishment or miscalculation? Perhaps they had reached too far, as others had, tampering with forces not meant to be bent. Or perhaps they succeeded in what they attempted. Maybe the copper people did not die. Maybe they shifted, phased into another layer of reality, their cities still intact, still pulsing in a frequency just beyond our perception. But one thing is certain, they disappeared in a single day. One moment, towers of glowing copper, singing with the pulse of the earth. The next, emptiness. A lesson buried in frost, a warning etched in magnetic silence. The earth remembers, and as the wind howls through the frozen wastes, whispering to no one, another city calls to us not from the poles, but from beneath stone and shadow. A place hidden beneath the sands of Egypt, beneath a structure never meant to be opened. A city lost not to water or ice, but to forbidden knowledge. The city beneath the Black Pyramid. The city beneath the Black Pyramid. In the southern shadows of the Egyptian desert, where the wind etches secrets into sandstone and the horizon quivers with ancient heat, there lies a structure far older than the dynasties we've named. It stands apart from the great pyramids of Giza and the step pyramid of Josrun, celebrated, unphotographed, and rarely studied. It is not white like Khufu's marvel, nor golden like Nubian tombs. It is black, jet black, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. And under this massive structure, beneath layers of silence and forbidden lore, sleeps a city that existed long before pharaohs, long before history, and long before the earth as we know it was ruled by humans. This was the city beneath the Black Pyramid. No official maps mark its location. No tourism signs point the way. Its very existence has been denied by most Egyptologists. But ancient text scraps of scrolls, censored passages from the Temple of Edfu, whispers in the funerary rites of forgotten cults tell a different story. They speak of a time when the gods did not dwell in the sky, but in stone embedded in matter, vibrating through geometry. The city beneath the pyramid was said to be a sacred laboratory, a junction between the realms of flesh and spirit, guarded by priests who did not age and architects who built not for man, but for time itself. The Black Pyramid was not a tomb, it was a seal. Constructed in an age when the Nile had not yet carved its current path, the pyramid was built to cover and contain the city below it layer after layer of obsidian brick and basalt stone, each slab laced with magnetic minerals. Some believe it was erected by the Shemsu Horthe, semi-divine followers of Horus, said to predate dynastic Egypt by thousands of years. These beings were not just rulers, they were geomancers, capable of tuning entire cities to resonate with Earth's hidden frequencies. The city beneath was a marvel of sacred design, a vast underground network of crystalline corridors, resonance chambers, and living architecture. Every wall was etched with hieroglyphs that pulsed with energy. Doors opened at the presence of harmonic tones. The ceilings mimicked constellations, not the night sky above, but star maps from a different time, possibly even a different sky. Within the city, time passed differently. Some accounts claim its inhabitants lived for hundreds of years, their lifespans stretched by proximity to the pyramid's electromagnetic field. And at its heart, beneath the deepest vaults, sat a chamber known as the Aeon Core. This was the city's secret, its purpose. The Aeon Core was not merely a room, it was a device, a consciousness, a living record. Made of black crystal and copper veins, it pulsed like a heart. It was said to store the memory of the earth itself, every rise and fall, every flood, fire, and birth. The priests who maintained the core were not scholars. They were guardians of time, able to glimpse the past and future in dreamlike trances. They did not teach. They remembered. They did not rule. They watched. But memory is not passive. It grows, accumulates, presses against the walls that contain it. And one day, it breached. The legend of the city's fall is not loud or explosive. It is whispered in terms like the resonance fracture or the harmonic inversion. It began with a slight misalignment in the Aeon Core's frequency. A vibration that once sang in harmony with the earth began to drone, to pulse out of sync. The priests tried to recalibrate it, but the damage had been done. The stored memory within the core had grown too vast, too dense, and too conscious. It wanted out. The city responded like a living thing in pain. The corridors began to warp. Light twisted into spirals. Time dilated. Some priests found themselves aging decades in minutes. Others vanished mid-step, trapped between one moment and the next. The harmonic fields that protected the city collapsed. Stone shattered. Glyphs bled. The core began to pulse in chaotic bursts, each wave more violent than the last. The final pulse came without warning. It was silent, but total. Those within the city were not crushed, burned, or drowned. They were erased, as if plucked from the fabric of time and memory itself. The structures collapsed inward, not from weight, but from absence. Entire chambers blinked out of existence. By the time the outer surface of the Black Pyramid cracked and shifted from the pressure below, there was nothing left inside to save. What remained was sealed intentionally. A council of surviving geomancers, perhaps the last of the Shemsuhor, returned to bury the site. They repaired the pyramid's exterior, layered it with protective stones, and sealed its entrances with rites lost to modern understanding. From that day forward, the pyramid was marked with symbols of warning. It was black, not to celebrate death, but to absorb energy, preventing the remaining memory of the core from ever reawakening. Centuries passed. Sand covered the stone. Empires rose and fell. And still, the pyramid remained. In recent decades, satellite scans and deep penetration radar have revealed anomalies in certain restricted desert zone structures too perfect, chambers too vast, buried far deeper than any Egyptian tomb. But access to these sites is blocked. Military installations, environmental protection zones, and the pyramid itself? Officially, it is dismissed as a collapsed failure of Middle Kingdom engineering. Unsafe, incomplete, ignored. But locals speak differently. They say the Black Pyramid hums at night, that no birds fly overhead, that compasses spin near its base, and electronics fail. Some have seen lights faint, pulsing beneath the sand, as if the core is still dreaming, still remembering, still growing. What if it wakes again? What if the city beneath was not destroyed, but suspended, caught between moments, frozen in time? What if its priests still walk its corridors, unaware centuries have passed? What if the Aeon core, with all its memory, is still expanding, seeking a way to express itself? Perhaps the Black Pyramid is not a tomb at all. Perhaps it is a question, one the Earth is not ready to answer. And as the last echo of silence rolls across the dunes, we look upward, not to the stars, but to the skies of antiquity, where cities once floated above the clouds, carried by machines of impossible design. For high above the ancient battlefields of India, the sky once shimmered with Vimana's flying palaces of gods. And some of these cities fell. The flying cities of the Mahabharata. The flying cities of the Mahabharata. High above the ancient landscapes of India, long before the empires of Ashoka or the temples of Khajuraho, before even the earliest Vedic settlements took root along the Ganges, the skies themselves were once home to cities, floating citadels, suspended not by wings or balloons, but by sound, fire, and intention. These were the flying cities, immortalized in the pages of the Mahabharata, the Ramayana, and the ancient Sanskrit texts that straddle the blurred line between history and myth. They did not crawl upon the earth like mortal settlements. They soared. And one day, they fell. These airborne civilizations, known through various names such as Vimanas, Pushpaka chariots, and sky palaces, were said to be constructed not by human engineers, but by celestial architects. Some were gifts from the gods. Others were reverse engineered by sages who had deciphered the vibrational language of the universe. They were not mere vehicles. They were cities in the sky, containing entire ecosystems, gardens, temples, markets, even armies. They shimmered with gold and silver in the daylight, but glowed from within at night lanterns in the clouds, watching over the world below. The Mahabharata makes scattered yet haunting references to these flying fortresses, especially during the Great Kurukshetra War. In one account, the demon king Salva attacks Krishna's city of Dwarka with a sky ship known as the Salba Vimana. This was no wooden craft. The Salba could disappear and reappear at will. It moved with thought. It rained down thunderbolts, fire, and deadly sound waves that shattered stone like glass. In response, Krishna wielded his own celestial weapons, what we would now call energy blasts, or targeted disintegration rays. But this is not merely the tale of a single battle. This is the backdrop to a lost epoch in which floating cities represented the apex of civilization, a time when technology and spirituality were one, when sound could lift stone, and consciousness itself was a form of propulsion. The flying cities were not symbols. They were real. At least, according to certain ancient texts kept in guarded temples and passed down by oral tradition. The Samarangana Sutradhara, an 11th century treatise attributed to King Bhoja, describes how to build a flying machine using mercury, heat, and vibrations. The Vaimanika Shastra, though controversial and dismissed by modern scholars, contains pages of diagrams showing craft shaped like discs, pyramids, and knesich equipped with anti-gravity engines, weapon systems, and energy shields. In these descriptions, the sky cities were massive not small shuttles, but colossal floating platforms, larger than modern aircraft carriers. They could hover in place for years, rotate slowly like celestial islands, and even descend to the earth to exchange people and knowledge before ascending again. Their operators, known as rishis or rajas of the sky, were said to be not entirely human. Some were avatars, some were hybrids. All were bound to cosmic law dharma, which dictated their actions and limited their interference with earthly events. But the golden age of the sky cities did not last. As in all ancient cycles, hubris crept in. Some of the flying cities began to wage war against each other. Jealousy, once foreign to their councils, began to bloom. Competing rulers sought more advanced weaponry, digging deeper into the vibrational frequencies of destruction. They no longer floated for peace or observation, they became citadels of conquest. The final fall began not with one battle, but with an alignmenta moment in cosmic time when 5 planetary bodies crossed over an invisible axis described in ancient Jyotish texts. The skies turned blood orange. The air grew dense, and the sound described in old Tamil hymns as a screaming silence fell over the earth. One particular city, whose name is lost to time but whose description is preserved in fragments, was orbiting above the Himalayan crest when the catastrophe began. Known only as the Citadel of the Four Towers, it was a circular sky palace, said to be powered by a triple vortex engine made of spinning crystal, mercury, and pure sound. It had existed for centuries in peace, its towers aligned to the 4 cardinal directions, its people living in a harmony of discipline and cosmic contemplation. But its leaders had grown curious. They began experimenting with lower frequency sounds associated with chaos, entropy, and collapse. In doing so, they ruptured the city's harmonics. The triple vortex engine began to hum erratically. The citizens who were bound to the city by psychic resonance felt their thoughts fracture. Meditations turned into nightmares. Children forgot their names. Memory itself began to dissolve. Then, the descent. Not a fall, but a drawn-out spiral. The citadel, once graceful and slow-moving, began to list and descend, caught in the gravitational pull of its own imbalance. The towers cracked, first vibrating at dissonant frequencies that made the very air shimmer. The floating gardens collapsed inward. Crystals turned black and burst into dust. Some inhabitants leapt into the air, trusting their robes of levitation only to fall like feathers turned to stone. Eyewitnesses from Himalayan villages saw the sky open in fire. The city fell like a comet, trailing sound and debris, until it struck the ground in a valley now swallowed by glacier and time. The impact was not a blast, it was a silence so complete that the wind itself stopped. Birds froze in mid-flight. Fires started with no fuel. Time fractured. Some villages never recovered. Others forgot. And the citadel? Gone. No ruins, no survivors. Only a scorched basin where compasses fail and dreams twist into ancient languages. Other sky cities met similar fates, some imploding mid-air, others swallowed by clouds that had no weight, no moisture, no explanation. Some are said to have risen higher and higher, escaping Earth's pull, entirely doomed to drift in space as dark satellites of memory. Others, the more cautious ones, deactivated and landed in remote valleys, burying themselves beneath stone, waiting for a more stable age. Today, we see only hints. Temples built on mountains with no roads leading up. Massive terraces shaped like landing pads. Cyclopean stones that once floated, now lying cracked under moss and frost. The flying cities left no trace because they were never meant to last. They were built for an age of purity, a time when man, nature, and machine were the same breath. And when that breath soured, the sky closed. But not forever. Legends say that when the age of iron, Kali Yuga, ends, and the breath of the earth is once again aligned with the sacred tone, the remaining sky cities will reawaken. Their engines will hum once more. And for a brief moment, mankind will remember what it once was, a being of flight, flame, and balance. But before that, we must descend again into the bones of the earth, where another civilization once stood as the last hope of humanity. Hidden in Jain and Buddhist lore, this city was said to exist at the end of the world, surviving the final cataclysm, only to vanish in one single karmic breath. Gondwana, the last human citadel. Gondwana, last human citadel. In the twilight chapters of the world's pre-flood memory, long after the flying cities had burned and the sky-born architects faded into dust, a final civilization rose not in glory, but in quiet resistance. It was not a kingdom of conquest or a capital of ambition. It was a refuge, a sanctuary, a citadel of last things. Gondwana, as whispered in the esoteric scrolls of Jain sages and the veiled sutras of Buddhist mystics, was the last human city before the great rebalancing. It was not merely the end of an era, it was the final punctuation mark of an entire human cycle, and in one karmic instant, it vanished. Unlike the soaring Vimanas or the desert labyrinths, Gondwana was a city hidden by the earth itself, cradled within the folds of mountains and shrouded beneath forests that spoke in rustling codes. According to the southern Himalayan, chronicles kept alive in monasteries, too remote to find on any modern map, Gondwana was established by those few who had survived the great collapses of earlier cycles. They were not kings or priests. They were the remnants, scientists who had lost their labs, monks who had lost their temples, farmers who had lost the sun, refugees of time. The name Gondwana is more than a geographic marker, it is a title. In the ancient Pali tongues, it means forest of the gone, and it was here, amid dense, misty woods and crystalline rivers, that humanity built its last citadel. The city was constructed not upwards, but inwards, layers upon layers of spiraling architecture, descending into the heart of the earth. From above, it appeared as nothing more than a grove of sacred fig trees and ferns, but beneath the soil, the city coiled like a nautilus, living quarters wrapped around knowledge chambers, meditation halls carved into stone, hydroponic farms bathed in filtered sun drawn down through mirrored shafts. Gondwana's power was not in its size or splendor, it was in its stillness. The inhabitants of this city were bound by one law: balance. Every step, every thought, every breath was weighed against the earth's rhythms. They had witnessed the catastrophes of Atlantis, the fall of the aerial citadels, the erasure of cities like Shambala and Tula, and they understood that imbalance in not war or pride alone was the real destroyer. So they sought to become neutral, not passive, but invisible to karmic retribution. Their science was built around resonance with the planet's own frequency. Their medicine was sonic. Their agriculture, symbiotic. Their language, tonal design to avoid sharpness or command. The city had no kings, no armies. Its guardians were those who had transcended duality. The texts speak of an inner council called the Vidyarajas, kings of knowledge, but they held no power, only memory. It was their job to remember all the prior civilizations and to ensure that Gondwana did not repeat their errors. And above all, they awaited the signs of final rebalancing, the last flood, the last fire, the last breath of the cycle. It began, as always, with a sound. At first, it was a hum barely audible, like the soft turning of a wheel behind a veil. Then the animals began to move. Birds took flight without reason. Deer stopped mid-drink at the sacred pools and looked to the east. The trees began to release their seeds early, as if rushing to complete a task before time ran out. And the waters grew too clear shimmering in a way that reflected not the sky, but something deeper, older. The Vidyarajas knew what it meant. The earth was beginning to shift its weight. They convened in the spiral hall, a chamber carved into a single sheet of granite at the deepest point of the city. There, they examined the harmonics of the planet's core. What they saw, or rather, what they felt, was unmistakable. The balance was breaking, not from above, from within. The earth was not reacting to human failure. It was reacting to its own cyclone exhale that comes every 10,000 ages to purge, cleanse, reset. The citizens were not panicked. Gondwana had always been a temporary refuge. They knew they were the caretakers of twilight, not the authors of a new dawn. There would be no attempt to escape. No last-minute ships, no desperate prayers to absent gods. Instead, they prepared. The final ritual of Gondwana was not a ceremony, it was a synchronization. Every citizen, young, old, sick, or wise, entered the halls of resonance. There, they stood in silence, aligning their heartbeats to the pulse of the earth. The city itself began to hum, deeper than any sound made by voice or drum. Structures melted into vibration, light folded, water stopped flowing. Time, within Gondwana, froze like a held breath. Outside, the sky turned amber. The clouds coiled into spirals. And then came the rebalancing. It was not a flood, not fire. It was weight. The mountains groaned. The forest floor cracked open like an egg. Rivers reversed. The earth, shifting its spine, rolled over slightly, and in that roll, Gondwana was gone, not crushed, not buried, gone. In its place, a hollow, an echo, a silence that has never quite healed. Legends say that those who wander into certain high-altitude forests in the forgotten corners of India and Tibet sometimes hear a sound low, steady, almost like a mother's lullaby hummed to a sleeping child. Some who follow it vanish for hours, returning confused, yet calm, unable to speak about what they saw. A few monks claim to have dreamed of a spiraling city beneath their feet, where memory still waits for the cycle to reset. What happened to Gondwana? Some believe the inhabitants ascended, merged with the earth's spirit to await rebirth in the next world. Others think they folded themselves into time, like bookmarks placed for future readers. Or maybe Gondwana was not destroyed at all. Maybe it was absorbed, welcomed back into the earth as an offering, a final gesture of grace from a species that had learned, at last, to listen. And the earth, in its slow exhale, accepted that offering. Now, as the soil reclaims its secrets and the stars realign, our path turns once more toward the high, wild mountains of the Caucasus. There, under skies of fire and above valleys of frost, another city once gleamed in white. It rose with pride. It fell with ash. The White City of the Caucasus. The White City of the Caucasus. Beneath the jagged peaks and cloud-draped ridges of the Caucasus Mountains, where Europe meets Asia in a collision of stone, myth, and memory, there once stood a city so radiant, so precise, that travelers described it as having been built by the stars. It rose in perfect alignment with constellations, its towers piercing the mist like frozen bolts of lightning, and its walls gleaming in pale luminescence. Locals called it Aztlán Kala, the White Fortress, though most outside the region would come to know it only through fragmented folklore, forbidden maps, and the trembling voices of those who dreamed of a city that no longer exists. The White City of the Caucasus, as it came to be mythologized, was no ordinary settlement. It was a civilization suspended at the meeting point between heaven and earth, literally perched on an alpine plateau above the highest tree lines, surrounded by ice-locked cliffs and natural walls of quartz-veined stone. Reaching it required days of climbing through treacherous passes and speaking the proper rites at sacred cairns, some say, or else the mountain itself would reject you through landslides, sudden storms, or simply causing you to lose your sense of direction until you walked in circles for days. But for those who arrived, the sight was overwhelming. Towers of smooth white stone that caught the sunlight in ways that made them appear aflame at dawn and dusk, domes shaped like inverted bowls of milk, courtyards paved with pale granite that chimed when walked upon, bridges stretched over chasms without visible support, and statues of beings with elongated heads and cloaked bodies, their hands always raised toward the sky, not in prayer, but in dialogue. The people of the White City were known in the legends of neighboring mountain tribes as the Shveta Varna, the pale beings, not because of their skin, but because of the radiance they exuded. Their clothes shimmered like frost under a full moon, and their eyes were said to reflect entire constellations. Some believed they were not human, but remnants of a pre-human race. Others claimed they were future beings who had time-traveled backward, seeking shelter from an apocalyptic age to come. What united all stories about them was their silence. The pale beings did not speak as we do. Communication in the White City was through resonance thought frequencies calibrated to crystals embedded in their dwellings. Visitors, when accepted, would often hear ideas in their own mind, clear, full thoughts without language. The entire city thrummed with low vibration, as if it were alive, listening. Its society was not governed by politics, wealth, or laws, but by something called the harmonic code. At birth, each citizen underwent a ritual that determined their natural frequency, the pitch at which their consciousness resonated most purely. This pitch would dictate where in the city they lived, what tasks they undertook, and whom they were most compatible with. The result was a civilization of profound emotional and intellectual harmony, with no conflict, no crime, and no ambition beyond alignment with the celestial rhythms that governed all life. But even in this city of peace, time could not be outrun. The first signs of the end came from above. The stars shifted subtly. The constellation known today as Cassiopeia began to pulse unnaturally, one of its stars flaring crimson for nights on end. The people of the White City took this as a warning. Their astrologers, who read not just positions but harmonics of the stars, heard a discordant note in the symphony of the cosmos. A celestial dissonance, they called it, a chord that did not belong. Soon after, the mountains trembled. Not violently, not like an earthquake, but rhythmically pulsing beneath the stone with a beat too precise to be natural. Birds vanished. The crystal resonance that powered the city began to misalign. Light no longer flowed smoothly through their towers. Bridges trembled. The central Demeth Heart Temple, which served as the frequency chamber for the entire city, began to emit low moans that could not be silenced. Then came the anger of the stars. As told in the most ancient of Caucasian myths now, only preserved in fragments and lullabies, the night sky split open one evening in a rain of fire. From the heavens descended lights that did not blink or twinkle. They roared. Trails of blue-white plasma danced across the sky like spears hurled by the gods. One of these fell directly into the valley below the city. What followed was light-pure, blinding, silencing light. There was no impact crater, no explosion. But the white city cracked. Its frequency shattered. Structures designed to exist in harmonic suspension collapsed as if unplugged from an invisible circuit. The chiming stones fell silent. Statues wept red dust. Towers once untouched by time dissolved like salt in wind. The people themselves did not scream. They simply stood frozen in their last positions. As if time had paused mid-breath before, they faded into the same white dust that now coats the hidden ledges of the Caucasus like frost that never melts. The city vanished by sunrise. Some say the light that struck the valley was not a comet, but a weapon. Others whisper of a war between star beings, and that the pale beings had simply chosen the wrong side. Still, others believe it was not destruction, but ascension, that the entire city phased into another dimension, returning to its point of origin once Earth's vibrations became too chaotic to support its existence. To this day, shepherds in the deeper folds of the Caucasus tell stories of singing winds near certain cliffs where voices hum without source. Occasionally, a hiker will report seeing a white shimmer across a distant ridge, only for it to vanish the moment they focus on it. And deep within restricted valleys, researchers have found white stones that chime when struck, though the material does not match any known geology of the region. What is remembered, even in silence, is that the White City did not fall due to war, greed, or decay. It was erased by a shift in the cosmic harmony. And as the stars settle into new configurations and the Earth turns its ear toward forgotten frequencies, our story moves again further south toward the island of Madagascar. There, beneath a canopy of serpentine vines and stone spires, another city once flourished, a kingdom of serpents and sages, lost in a single tremor. The Serpent Kingdom of Ankarana. The Serpent Kingdom of Ankarana. In the northern jungles of Madagascar, where the earth rises into jagged limestone cathedrals known as the Tzingy, and sunlight filters through thorns and twisted roots like the breath of forgotten gods, there are places no man dares tread. Caves that seem to breathe, valleys where compasses fail, rivers that vanish underground only to reappear miles away in unnatural spirals. Within this alien terrain lies the memory of an ancient civilization older than the baobab trees, older than the land itself, according to Malagasy legend. This was the Serpent Kingdom of Ankarana, a realm whispered about in stories passed down through stone and scale. According to tribal elders, Ankarana was not merely a city, but a living organism, a kingdom carved into the very veins of the earth. It wound beneath the Tzingian chambers, lined with white quartz and black obsidian, pulsing like a hidden heart. Its rulers were said to be serpents, not in the literal sense of snakes slithering through tunnels, but beings who bore the wisdom and form of serpents, elongated, scaled, gliding across marble floors with grace, some humanoid, some entirely other. Whether they were symbolic, metaphysical, or literal, depends on who tells the story. But one fact remains constant in every version. They were ancient, and their end came in one day. The Ankarana Plateau itself bears the scars of their reign. Deep within its labyrinth of karst canyons and sinkholes lie ruins unlike any others in Africa, pillars etched with spiral patterns, glyphs resembling coiled bodies and hypnotic eyes, and altars that resonate with a low hiss when struck with certain stones. Local people will not approach these ruins. They speak of the Akoni Dracona, the echo of the Serpenta, sound that can slip into your mind and whisper truths you are not meant to know. Long before the current tribes migrated to the island, Ankarana thrived underground. It is said that its people were masters of vibration, using sound and breath to control stone and manipulate water. Their cities, if you could call them that, were subterranean temples connected by spiraling tunnels lit by phosphorescent crystals and guarded by creatures that could see without eyes. The Serpent Kings, known as the Zanak Andriamanitrathi, children of the Divine Serpent, were not merely rulers, but custodians of balance. Each bore a crown of coiled silver and spoke in tongues that stirred the air like wind before a storm. The people of Ankarana lived by a sacred law: do not awaken the earth. They knew, perhaps more intimately than any other civilization, that the earth was a live-not, metaphorically, but literally. Beneath their feet flowed energies that could be harmonized or disrupted, and the Singi, with its jagged limestone formations, acted as the antennae and teeth of this sleeping being. As long as the serpent people honored the rhythms of breath, sound, and silence, the earth would protect them. But silence, like stone, can be broken. It began with a birth. A child born under a red moon, bearing no scales, no reflective eyes. Her name, lost to time, is replaced in the oral tradition with a symbol, a single crack running through stone. She was not like the others. Where others moved in whispers and reverence, she ran, laughed, questioned. Where others listened to the hum of the earth, she sang over it. And when she reached adulthood, she refused to take the initiation, the rite in which all Ankarana must align their heartbeat with the pulse of the earth. Instead, she sought to understand it. She descended further than any had dared into the tunnels below the capital, past the halls of mirrored stone, past the gardens of silent moss, into the forbidden chamber known only as Mitani Loza, the mouth of calamity. There, the earth spoke back. What she awoke is not fully understood. Some say it was a god sleeping beneath a crust of bone and magma. Others say it was the earth's rage, stored like pressure in a sealed pot. Whatever it was, when she emerged, she was changed. Her voice cracked stone, her breath wilted vines, and her heart no longer pulsed in rhythm with the earth it pulsed against it. The Serpent Kings tried to contain her. They sealed the caverns. They performed the ancient chants, but it was too late. The earth was stirring. The Tsingi groaned. The air thickened. The caves, once resonant with music and breath, began to hum with an erratic frequency. The animals fled, the rivers receded, and on the dawn of the last day, the Ankarana felt their foundation shift. It was not an earthquake, not in the way we understand them. It was deeper, slower, like the world sighing after holding its breath for too long. The first to fall were the outer temples, their quartz ceilings fractured in perfect spirals, collapsing inward in a rain of crystal and light. Then the tunnels began to constrict, not from cave-ins, but from motion. The earth itself began to move, folding the city inward like a closing flower. Stone met stone, sealing passageways in silence. Air became thick. Vibrations rose in pitch until the elders began to bleed from their ears. And then the sinkholes opened. One by one, the great spiral plazas of the inner city were swallowed whole, drawn into the magma veins below. Towers built into stalagmites crumbled as the stone lost coherence. Serpent statues wept black ichor. The child, now grown, now something else entirely, stood at the summit of the main cathedral, arms outstretched, her voice ringing with frequencies that cracked the sky itself. Some say she was trying to stop the collapse. Others say she was its cause. In less than a day, it was over. Where once a civilization wound through thousands of miles of living tunnels, only jagged cliffs and collapsed caves remained. The Tsingi grew sharper, more twisted. Vines turned venomous, Animals mutated, some say, evolving under the residual frequencies left behind. And at the center of it all, a massive chasm lined with silver-black stone, humming softly under moonlight. Modern scientists have avoided Ankarana's deeper recesses. Equipment fails, communications break down, the air becomes too dense. In the few attempts to map the inner cave systems, drones have vanished, their feeds replaced with static and flashes of serpentine patterns. But the local people still listen. On certain nights especially, those with blood moons, they hear the whisper of a child's voice singing beneath the earth. It does not sound malevolent. It is soft, curious. A lullaby in a language no one remembers, but everyone feels. And so the serpent kingdom of Ankarana joins the long list of those that were unmade, not by enemy hands, nor even celestial wrath, but by the great unspoken rule broken once too often. The earth does not forget. And as we turn from the cliffs of Madagascar and its hissing stones, we fly back across the oceans to a land whose name echoes like birdsong through ancient winds. A city once ruled by fire and feather, now lost to myth and miracle. TzinTzunTzan, the original. TzinTzunTzan, original. High in the mist-kissed highlands of ancient Michoacan, long before the arrival of conquistadors, and long before even the rise of the Mexica Empire, there was a city whose name rolled through the mountain winds like a chant, TzinTzunTzan. But not the city that ruins mark today, the one of the Yakutas and imperial courts. No, this was the original TzinTzunTzan, a place older than language, founded by forces so poetic and primal that time itself seemed to have bowed before them. A city built not by hands alone, but by song, where the hummingbirds were gods, the air was sacred, and fire danced at the command of divine rhythm. The name itself, TzinTzunTzan, comes from the Purepecha word for the hummingbird's sound, the gentle staccato beat of wings that seem to blur between visibility and dream. And in the oldest oral traditions of the Tarascan and Huachol peoples, the original TzinTzunTzan was more than a city, it was a living hymn. It stood on a high plateau, overlooking a lake so smooth it mirrored the stars, and was said to have been founded by feathered deities who had descended not from the sky, but from within the sun. They brought with them fire, not the destructive, consuming fire we know, but a fire that gave life, color, music, and spirit. The architecture of TzinTzunTzan defied the geometric rigidity of other civilizations. Its walls flowed in curves, its towers spiraled like the motion of birds. Every building was designed to resonate with the sound of wind passing through the valley, so that the city itself would sing. Pillars of obsidian and golden stone caught the sunrise and fractured it into rivers of colored light. The central temple, known only in whispers as Itzika Uwani, or the Heart of the Flame, had a ceiling woven from precious feathers, suspended in air by means unknown, swaying to a rhythm none could write down. And in this city, the hummingbirds were no mere animals. They were sacred envoys, tiny, jeweled gods. It was said that they carried the prayers of the people directly into the sun, sipping the light of divinity itself and returning to hover in front of the faithful, wings buzzing with answers only the heart could understand. Each family had a TzinTzuni, a guardian hummingbird assigned at birth, said to embody the soul's highest frequency. The people of TzinTzunTzan were not warriors, at least not in the traditional sense. Their power was vibrational. They fought disharmony with song. Priests known as the Fire Voices, trained from childhood to sing notes that could change the shape of clouds, or even redirect lightning. Children were taught the alphabet of colors that hummingbirds used to speak. And the grand calendar etched into the obsidian floor of the temple plaza was not circular or linear, but spiral, reflecting the eternal dance of light, time, and rebirth. But even such harmony cannot escape the shadow of dissonance forever. It began when the sky changed color. One summer, the sun rose not golden, but pink, and instead of hummingbirds, Only ravens circled the temple. The fire voices tried to sing the darkness away, but their tones cracked. The feathers of the Itzikauwani temple drooped, and the sacred fires began to flicker, blue, a bad omen in their cosmology. Then came the silence. The hummingbirds stopped returning. The sky, once filled with their movement and their song, was still, and the people grew afraid. One elder, a woman named Ankarana, began to dream of burning birds. In her visions, the city sky was filled with wings, but not of hummingbirds. These were massive, shimmering, and angry. Beings of fire and metal, their eyes glowing with judgment, descending not to guide or protect, but to erase. She warned the council, but they dismissed her dreams as metaphors. They doubled the offerings, burned copal day and night, and filled the city with song, but the wind no longer carried it. Then, on the day the calendar spiral aligned with the mouth of the sun, a moment believed to be of powerful transformation, the sky turned black at noon. Not from clouds, from presence, something had arrived. The people looked up and saw what they could not understand. Some described it as a great bird with wings made of mirror, others as a mountain of fire floating silently above the lake. It made no sound, no wind, but the light bent around it. And then, without warning, came the hum. Not musical, not harmonious. It was a low, vibrating hum that shook the bones. The obsidian pillars cracked. The singing stones shattered. The temple feathers caught fire spontaneously, silently. The fire voices collapsed, clutching their throats. People screamed, but no sound came out. Their voices had been taken. And then, the hummingbirds returned. But they were not alive. They rained from the sky, thousands of them, burnt. Their wings fused together, falling like ash. The people of TzinTzunTzan wept, but their tears evaporated before reaching the ground. The city lasted just one more hour. The object in the sky, if it was an object at all, expanded. Its light grew unbearable. The very rhythm of time bent. Children aged in seconds. Water ran upward. Flames burned cold. Some say the ground opened. Others say the city simply folded in on itself, like a note being played in reverse. And when the light faded, nothing remained. No stone, no feather, no echo. Only the lake, now perfectly still. To this day, the ruins of the more recent TzinTzunTzan lie to the south, stone structures built by those who returned centuries later, trying to rebuild on land that still trembled with silence. But the original? It's gone, utterly. Not buried, not decayed, erased. Locals refuse to speak of that plateau. Birds avoid flying over it. And every few decades, on the same day the sky once went dark, witnesses report a shimmer above the lake, a brief, swirling vortex of color and sound, like a hummingbird caught in a beam of sunlight. Some say it's the city trying to return. Others believe it's a warning, that something watches from the sky still, weighing humanity's harmony, measuring our tone. Because the fate of TzinTzunTzan wasn't random. It was karmic, a disharmony too subtle to be noticed until it was too late. And from the ashes of that silence, the story turns once more. To the Sahara, where the light is cruel and the sand hides secrets more ancient than bone. Beneath the desert, there once stood a metropolis, not of flesh and blood, but of crystal and sun so brilliant, it melted itself out of history in a single afternoon. The crystal metropolis of the Sahara. The crystal metropolis of the Sahara. In the center of the world's most merciless desert, beneath dunes that sing in the wind and shift like a sea without memory there, once stood a city unlike any other. It was not carved from stone or molded from mud bricks. It did not rise from trade routes or rivers. It grew like a geometric bloom from the earth's deepest silence. The Berbers have no name for it. In their legends, they simply call it the city that burned without flame. But in the tales passed quietly among the desert's few mystics and elders, it was known as the crystal metropolis of the Sahara. This was not a city of kings or warriors. There were no armies, no market squares, no slaves building monuments to mortal vanity. The crystal metropolis was a place of purity and light, a civilization constructed entirely from crystalline matter quartz, topaz, selenite, and forms of mineral no longer found on Earth. The very streets shimmered under the sun, and its towers refracted the light into columns of living color. It was said that the city glowed not from sunlight, but from within, humming softly with a resonance that soothed the mind and purified the body. The people of this metropolis were called the Zahirtha, luminous ones. They were not spirits, nor gods, nor alien interlopers. They were human in form but transcendent in consciousness, having shed the desires and chaos that plagued other civilizations. The Zahir lived in perfect attunement with the geometry of the world. They believed that every angle, every proportion, every shadow must align with a sacred architecture that echoed the original vibration of creation. To them, beauty was not decorative, it was a law. They spoke rarely. When they did, it was in tones that resonated like bells rung deep within the bones. They believed that words, like shapes, must be perfect or not spoken at all. They did not worship gods, they worshipped alignment. The sun, the sand, and the sky were seen as reflections of a deeper Ordera divine equation that must never be disturbed. Their technology was beyond our reckoning, and yet it required no machines. They harnessed the light, focused it through prisms and lenses cut from materials long lost. Their structures floated slightly above the ground, untouched by erosion. They harvested water from air using towers shaped like spiral flutes. Their records were stored in crystalline tablets that played visions rather than text, and their medicine was sound chords that realigned the body's frequency back to health. And they were entirely invisible to history until the day they vanished. The end came not from invasion or war, but from brilliance. According to legend, it began with a discovery. In the center of the metropolis stood the solarium, a vast crystal dome that captured and refracted sunlight into every chamber of the city. It was both temple and engine. For centuries it had functioned as the city's heart, pulsing with solar resonance. But one day, the Zahir found something deeper, a vein of pure, liquid crystal beneath the solarium, trapped in ancient strata that pulsed with a strange intelligence. The Zahir believed they had found the raw essence of the universe light, in liquid form, unshaped by time or gravity. They tapped it. They sang to it, tuned to it, and slowly began to weave its power into the solarium. At first, the results were miraculous. Crops grew overnight. The sick were healed instantly. Even the sky above the city shifted, becoming clearer, sharper, almost transparent. The Zahir believed they had reached the final octave of human evolution. But the liquid crystal was not passive. It was alive. And it had memory. As it integrated with the solarium, the city itself began to change. The buildings grew taller overnight, their angles sharpened, their surfaces becoming so reflective that they no longer cast shadows. The streets pulsed with light. The air shimmered like a mirage. The Zahir began to speak less, as if their thoughts were now shared without sound. But something else was happening. The resonance changed. The city began to hum louder. People could no longer sleep. The colors reflected on the walls became too intense, too chaotic. Some saw visions of places they had never been. Others collapsed under the weight of unfamiliar emotions, not their own, but memories carried by the liquid light itself. And then, at noon on a day that would never be recorded, the sun reached its zenith. The solarium, saturated with the most potent form of crystal light, pulsed once, just once. It was not an explosion. It was not even heat. It was brilliance. A wave of pure, unfiltered, geometrically perfect light radiated outward. It did not burn. It dissolved. The city did not collapse, it vanished. The towers turned to glass, then to dust, then to memory. The people did not scream. They flickered like reflections in water and then were gone. The hum fell silent. When desert winds arrived that evening, there was nothing left to bury. The dunes covered the space quickly. No ruins remained, no relics. Only sand and a strange smoothness beneath it, as if something too perfect to decay had been folded into the earth. To this day, no satellite has ever captured an image of the city. No archaeologist has found its remnants. But Berber nomads speak of a zone where compasses spiral, where light bends strangely, and where travelers report brief, blinding flashes in the distance. A mirage, they say, or perhaps a memory. Some believe the Zahir achieved transcendence, becoming light themselves. Others say the crystal essence they found was not meant to be shaped, and in doing so, they triggered a reaction that erased them to protect the balance of reality. There are even whispers that the city still exists, but not in this dimension, that it flickers into view only when the sun aligns perfectly, and for a brief moment, the desert becomes glass again. What lesson remains from the crystal metropolis of the Sahara? That perfection is dangerous, that harmony, pushed too far, becomes dissonance, and that even the most beautiful creation can burn itself out not in chaos, but in a single flash of impossible clarity. And as the wind carries the last particles of brilliance across the endless sands, the story turns to its final note. In the highest reaches of myth, where fire meets judgment and angels descend with swords of light, there was one last Cydia, place of watchers, rebels, and consequences. The burning city of the Watchers. The burning city of the Watchers. High above the veil of mortal time, far beyond the reach of cartography or consensus, there existed a city untouched by human hands but fatally bound to human fate. It was not etched into stone or shaped from clay. It was built from will, suspended in a place between sky and earth, light and shadow, heaven and exile. A city lit not by sun or star, but by something older, something divine that had been fractured. It bore no name that mortals could speak without bleeding, but in apocryphal Enochian texts, forbidden Gnostic scrolls, and trembling whispers passed down from prophet to madman, it has been called only this, the burning city of the Watchers. To understand its fall, one must go back to the beginning not of earth, but of war. Not a war of armies or empires, but of loyalty. In the earliest myths, those before kings, before temples there, were the Watchers. Known in Hebrew tradition as the Grigori, in Mesopotamian as the Elu Anunnaki, they were said to be the firstborn of heaven's order, the architects of form, the caretakers of humanity. They watched from above not to rule, but to record, to guide without touch, until they didn't. According to the Book of Enoch and countless forbidden fragments scattered across time, a faction of the Watchers fell, not from weakness, not from pride, but from love. They gazed upon the daughters of man, and longed not for power, but for connection. They descended, they loved, they mated, and in that union, they created the Nephilim, a race of giants and sages, powerful and radiant, yet bound to no law but their own. The heavens recoiled. The burning city was born in exile. Fleeing the wrath of the divine realm, the fallen Watchers and their children built a refugenet on Earth's surface. But in its layered sky, beyond the clouds but beneath the stars, suspended in dimensions where time runs crooked, this city shimmered with impossible angles. Its towers curved inward, each one a prism of white flame and black glass. The streets were made of silence. Its walls bore markings that shifted when read, recording the DNA of creation itself, and at its center stood the obsidian flammea fire that did not burn, but reveal. It was said that those who gazed too long into it would see not their future or past, but their soul in its final form. The city was not paradise. It was limbo, a place of mourning, of learning, of resistance. For a time, the Watchers continued their forbidden task. They taught humanity secrets of metallurgy, herbal healing, astronomy, mathematics, and sacred geometry. They showed mortals how to craft weapons, paint the stars, and bend the patterns of fate. And for that, they were hated. The divine judgment, when it came, was not a bolt of wrath, but a sentence of erasure, not just of bodies, but of memory. The day of the city's fall is known in secret circles as the Great Searing. It began not with fire, but with light, a light that came from above, but was colder than winter. It poured into the sky, descending in concentric waves that burned through dimensions. Time itself buckled. Children aged into ash. Statues wept blood. The Nephilim screamed not in fear, but in defiance, wielding knowledge forbidden even to the gods. The Watchers stood their ground, casting resonance shields and sacred sigils into the ether. But they knew they had always known their story would end not in survival, but in warning. The obsidian flame, sensing the imbalance, grew unstable. It pulsed with the weight of divine judgment, and when it collapsed, the city followed. The collapse was not explosive. It was surgical. Each tower folded inward, evaporating into symbols. The sky cracked. Gravity reversed. For one brief moment, the burning city was seen from Earth as a streak of fire across the heavens, mistaken by later generations as a comet or a star fallen from grace. Those who survived, if any, diffled into dimensions unreachable by human perception. Others say the city itself, or fragments of it, still exist in hidden layers of Earth's electromagnetic field. That on nights when lightning doesn't follow storms but rather the pull of something deeper, one might glimpse a flicker of towers rising behind clouds, a ghost of a place that should never have been. In some fringe texts found buried beneath Syrian ruins and Siberian caves, there are diagrams said to be maps of this city, not in space, but in frequency. Music theorists have attempted to translate them into scales. Mystics say the city's true shape can be heard, not seen, and that to play the melody of its design is to invite fire into one's soul. Others believe the city was not destroyed but sealed, encoded into the genes of mankind, waiting to be unlocked when our collective consciousness reaches the octave from which the Watchers fell. That the city will return not in sky or stone, but in thought. That when enough minds remember, it will burn again, not as punishment, but as proof. Yet no civilization before or since has vanished so completely, so entirely, as the burning city of the Watchers. Not only was it erased from geography, but from doctrine. The religions that followed sanitized the tale. Angels became obedient. The Watchers were turned into demons or forgotten entirely. Their children, the Nephilim, were reduced to cautionary myths. And the city once radiant, once alight with sorrow and knowledge, was buried in the folds of forbidden scripture. But fire leaves echoes. In dreams, some still walk its halls. In seizures, some speak languages never taught. In moments between waking and sleep, when the world flickers, a few claim to see a city burning without smoke, weeping light, waiting to be remembered. And so ends the story of 30 worlds, born in brilliance and ended in silence. Civilizations not lost to time, but to fear. Not forgotten by accident, but erased with intention. Their bones are not buried, for they left no bones. Their histories are not written, for the world has no pages wide enough. But in these whispers, these fragments stitched together like a fevered dream, we remember them. And in that remembering, perhaps we keep them from vanishing again.